Hello there, folks, and welcome to the Vice. Here we are, the whole crew, including our buddy Ambrose, back joining us this week. Yeah, we are getting ready for some fun and excitement as we finish off our Solstice Celebration Day. Hope everyone's doing okay out there. And we will go around and let's meet all of our different players and who they're playing. And we will start off. Let's start off with Dragons or Cats.
Hello, everyone. I am Dragons or Cats, and I am playing Vidar Lycran, Moon Elf, Hexblade Warlock, Blade Lock, for a matter of fact, of the Soul Forged Eclipse. It's time to get our dancing shoes on, brush off these death saves, and have a good time.
Next up, let's go to Axel, Templar Warden.
Hello, I am playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi Wizard, who is going to... He has no idea what he's going to get into. What is a ball? What is a ballroom? I don't know. Does not know, so I'm looking forward to this.
Cool. Next up, we have NNG9.
You're muted.
We have NNG9. Actually, I think the stream could hear me, but you all couldn't.
Right. Hello, everybody. I am NNG9. I play Lunar Water Genasi Monk, who it will be stage mom, bodyguard, and totally not gunning for anybody at this party. Don't worry about it.
There's so many people who've got so many things that we've talked about separately. Anyway, next up we have Bird versus Plane.
I clicked the wrong button. I might have messed the entire thing up. I'm so sorry about that.
You messed the entire thing up.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, dude.
I'm very nervous about this session because I'm Bird versus Plane. I'll be playing Iskatol, the half-elf bard / gunslinger, and this is her big performance for the Viceroy and everyone in Falcon's Crest. This is her moment that she has been building herself towards for the entirety of the campaign. So we'll see how this goes.
Next up, we have returning our guest player, my good friend Nick, LS1 DeLorean.
Hey everybody, I'm Nick. I'm going to be playing the human Stormwright Strauss Ambrose, a Stormwright that specializes in lightning-activated clockworks. I've been kind of hiding out lately, working on some special projects to help the party with some of the problems they've got. Hoping to catch them at the Solstice Ball tonight, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay, next up we have Good Guy Pie.
Hello everyone, I am Good Guy Pie, and I will be playing Luck Goldheart, Adventure Extraordinaire, all the way from Elevation Pit, and... yeah, dancing.
Yeah,
Not
that's what the episode's
to feel
4 hours
It's
of
gonna have a lot
dancing.
of dancing, isn't it?
Yeah, 4 hours of dancing.
It's-
That's what this is
it's-
going to be all about.
Yeah. It's not unusual to feel loved by anyone.
Is dancing an acrobatics check? Dexterity?
I hope it's athletics.
This has been an entire campaign built for Iskat to get on the main stage of the city and just dab. That's it.
Pretty much.
Please, devil of us.
Aren't you going to do the ninja? The floss.
There you go. Get up there and do a little floss. It's going to be great. It's going to be great, I tell you.
Please roll a D2 to see how many left feet you have.
Yes. Ooh. Last but not least, we have Tree Hugging Druid.
Hello, I am Cherokee Druid. I play Celia Rollerin, our high elf rogue, who has a little clockwork companion that she freaking adores. She's freaking adorable, man.
And I am Tall Squall. I am your DM for this craziness. We are on our 91st episode. Thank you, everyone who's been here the whole time. And for those folks who have caught up or been watching our Vice Rewind highlights to get you caught up, we super appreciate it. We run this show 100% for charity. Last month, we were supporting Dedicated Endeavors, which was about veterans' mental health. This month, we are supporting Mental Health America and their new sort of hashtag awareness campaign, hashtag before stage 4, which is all about pre-diagnosing mental health issues before they get to stage 4, before they become a crisis. So a lot of about screening, about self-awareness, just like many people screen themselves for cancer, that you should be doing the same things with your mental health. They are a wonderful organization. If you'd like to donate, you can see below different ways that you can donate to affect the game. Or if you go past their banner to just where it says Mental Health America in the description, you can click on their site, and they have tons and tons of free resources for even personal assessments of anxiety, depression, all sorts of different things that might be affecting you as a person. They are quick and easy to take. They do ask for your email, but it's mainly so that they can get in contact with you to make sure you're doing okay. Or to send you more resources or local resources for you. So I super encourage everyone, whether you donate or not, check out their website, check them out on Twitter. They are a great organization that I am a huge fan of, and I'm so glad that we are supporting. Unless there's anything else, I think we're going to go ahead and jump right in. So last time, we've been... last couple of sessions playing through the Solstice Day, the actual day of the solstice, which is a huge holiday here. Thank you, Prax, for the subscription. Basically sort of like Christmas Day, we've opened some presents along the way. The whole week leading up to it, there were festivals and things that were happening, different foods and fun things. And a lot of the things that have been happening with our party culminated on this day. At sunrise, they needed to journey through a portal to a lost battlefield of the last army of the humans that in the war they fought 2,000 years ago against the elves. And going there, they cast Eyes of the Dead, which is cast to get information, but also not without a cost. It does, many of our players do have a death saving throw or multiple death saving throws that they are carrying with them that they will not clear until, thanks, Crafting Muse, $6. We'll put that into the spell bank. So we do have some of our players who are entering into this evening with some failed death saves. Midday, we joined Luna as she went with Sethander, a air genasi. Hey, Hawkeye, one advantage for everyone, one healing die for luck. They went out there. We did a interesting reliving of the combat, Sethander and Luna, using the shapes, the wild shapes of the other party members to fight this foe that they had defeated long ago, back last year in our campaign. This time, instead of being a 6-on-1 fight, just a 2-on-1 fight. And through some quick thinking and fancy footworking, they were able to make their way out of that. They returned back to Falcon's Crest from the stone well where that ritual took place, and are now back in their room getting ready, as it's probably approaching about 5-6 o'clock at night. Sun's going to close down around 8 o'clock or so. And they are back getting themselves ready for this party, as they have been invited there, as Iska has a contract to perform her new song by the Arcana Mystica, the reason why she's here. This is her first big public performance before her huge performance that she's been planning on at the Convergence, which is still about 3 months away. But she was hired and paid to come here and perform her new song, Children of the Children, as part of the Arcana Mystica's sort of campaign to bring the Genasi into a better place here in across the continent. Unfortunately, it seems to be at the expense of the Tieflings, who were sort of in the same lot as them from much history throughout our campaign. Anyway, we begin with the party as they are getting dressed, getting pinned into their different outfits. I'm assuming Iska getting hand-tailored into her outfit. And we will pick up with our party there. What is everyone up to? I will tune in first with Luna and Iska, as I think they probably have the most that is going on right now, getting Iska ready for her performance.
Iska is totally in full like T-pose mode and just like trying to remain as still as possible, because I feel like if she even like budges slightly, there's just like the quick like nudge from Luna to go back where she was, so her work is not interrupted. And at this point, Iska is just, after what they saw this morning, even though she sat out the Sathander fight, seeing the horrors of the past is a lot to clear from your mind before going and trying to perform this jovial music and transition it into something. So she is kind of lost in thought and trying to clear her mind of everything and focus on the stuff that brings her joy and happiness and contentment to get ready to perform.
And we get a donation from Isreaver in order to give Iska a potion, a random potion. We will get to that in a little bit. We might not get to it today, but we will get to it. It'll be in the next loot haul, if nothing else. So, Luna, how about you? You've got your protege, your your stage mom focus.
Yes.
Your pageant daughter is here.
Yes, your pageant daughter.
Yeah, no, Luna's just very much trying to make sure everything to do with Iska's outfit is correct, that she has, her instrument and everything's perfectly tuned there. I mean, obviously, Luna wouldn't tune it for her. She doesn't know what to do with that instrument, but just making sure it's all in place. And yeah. Iska, I know you can do this. You're going to reach many people today.
She just kind of nods before her eyes meet with Luna's and kind of smiles a bit and just says, yeah, I know I can too. Her eyes kind of narrow in determination.
How about the rest of you?
Lilia, what's this? And where does it go? Does it go under? Over?
I imagine because Axel's hair is gonna take the longest. Celia's already started. And then she's just like, Luck is yelling at her, asking her what things do and where they go. And she's just like, she looks at him, she goes, oh my gosh. She goes, that goes under the suit.
Which part?
Let me finish his hair and I will dress you.
So, how about you, Vidar? Axel, I assume you're in the chair, getting your
he's
your
just
mane
sort of-
did.
But I'll straight away.
This is all going on around him. He's just sitting there like, he's all dressed, all waiting and ready. So it's like, yeah.
Brush your hair, Luck.
At Celia saying that, Vidar just tosses like a brush. Go, use that through the hair. You see Vidal's just been has been ready since the moment they got back. Ever since getting back, it's just like bam into outfit. Hair was done by Celia, like click straight up. And now he's just going around helping. He's just trying his best. He's got a brand new coat. It's got a nice teal blue to it. Split-tailed like Ishkan's cloak, but he's feeling fancy, and he's got the kind of hair pomade back in a sweep.
Okay. While all this is going on, and the different sort of little pools of activity, you all hear a knock on the door.
I've got it.
You
Luck,
don't even
you go.
put on a shirt.
Don't worry about it.
Luck, half dressed, he goes and opens the door. Ambrose, you see Luck standing in the door in like one suspender, some sort of formal pants, no shirt, and for some reason a cummerbund around his neck.
Hi, Luck.
Hi. How are you?
Do you know
doing?
how all this goes together?
Would you believe me if I said no?
Yeah, that checks out. We can go through that later.
Okay.
And then he
Come in.
kind of pulls the goggles down to give Luck the standard, little once over just to check in on him. You're looking well. Better than usual.
Oh, that's good.
And then says, can I come in? I
Go,
think,
go on then.
think I've I think I've got what we need.
Wonderful. Just looks around and closes the door behind him.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be anyone out in the hallway. You notice Ambrose had was giving a look to either side, making sure he wasn't seen as well. And he steps in, and there in the main room, you've got Iska in T-pose, Luna doing her thing, Vidar lounging, completely ready to go, Cilia probably within steps of being done, but arms deep into Axel's mane. And Iska, as you look up standing there in T-pose, suddenly you get very hot and the air seems very close. And as your eyes lock with Ambrose's, it's like you're back encased in that stone again, back from this morning. Your eyes, just everything in front of you sort of disappears, and it's black again. And then you feel yourself almost falling like at a huge speed towards the tapestry of fate. And that vision you sort of felt come into your brain before now starts to form. You fly into the tapestry where there's like a snarl. And when it clears, you find yourself in this huge, ornate, beautiful ballroom. Gilded columns, floral motifs everywhere, a huge balcony overlooking the open sky and the valley down below. There's sort of a instant. You see an elder tiefling on the floor in a pool of blood. A ghostly, white-skinned Cilia with a silver braid instead of blonde is holding a bloody dagger over the body. A Drider, half human, half spider, with two wicked scimitars dripping poison, is facing off with Luck. A beaten and bloody Luna is backing away, guarding Sathander in the distance. Vidar is carrying the unconscious form of the Islame towards a door. Axel, with the head of Sithrax, is flying on ghostly dragon wings above the entire scene. All around you, you see bodies frozen, made into solid ice or completely covered in ice. You see Genasi consorts, Madame Veronica. You see Castian, Ben Vardy, the detective who came to your room earlier, the young dragonborn. Walking through it all, you see Bati. He's effortlessly dragging Ambrose's body, wrapped in metallic coils around his throat, around his whole body, and he's walking towards the balcony with dubious intent. You hear in your head a familiar voice of the sisters. Iska, you have followed the thread of fate to see the future. Now harness that knowledge, and you can affect the present and change it to what you will. And with that, the vision clears. The rest of you see Iska basically just dropped. Her knees dropped out from her, hit the floor. Luna, if you want to try to catch her, you certainly could.
Luna would try to catch her.
You certainly are able to. She is limp, and in a moment or two, her eyes flicker open, and she's looking up at all of you.
Iska.
Luna? Iska?
You're...
Iska?
The first time Luna has been so afraid
she freaked out so much she shouted her own name.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with that. Iska, what's wrong?
Talk with us.
I saw something again. Something in the tapestry. It was us. It was
One thing at a time. One thing at a time.
The sister spoke to me again, and gave me a glimpse of things that could come, that could happen to all of us, and they might happen tonight. Luck, you were fighting some terrible creature, some half spider, half person. Axel, you were that. And she holds up the hand that she knows is kind of necrotic and points to your neck, having seen the vision of Sithrax before. You were that thing inside you, flying. Vidar, you had Isolme in your hands, but there was still a different Cilia standing over the body of a dead tiefling. Ambrose Bati was there. He had you encased in this metal trap. Luna Sathander was there, but you were with him. You didn't look great. I don't know what this means, but they said that with this knowledge we could change what's going to happen. What could happen? Does any of this mean anything right now besides the worst possible outcomes of any future imaginable? Axel, are you in Sithrax? How is Sithrax now?
companions. I don't know what would cause something like that. Wings and flying and the head of Sithrax. I can't. I don't know. I don't know what could do that, and I'll need to think about it. But I mean, we kind of could have expected, but he was going to be there.
Right.
I don't know if I told you this, but when me and Luck went to visit Eva, she told us that Barty, for his services for the Archmistress, was it was getting paid out to him. I think, wasn't it? Or was it the other way around?
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's
So
right.
it was getting, he was calling in his side of the bargain, whatever their bargain was. Might have something to do with the ball. If he's got the kind of mystic on the side, he could do things.
Iska, as Axel says that, there's this pressure that would have been behind your eyes, almost like the snarl was in your sinuses, like a terrible sinus headache. And as Axel talks about that and brings it to the attention of the party, it seems to lessen a little bit.
Okay, so just knowing these things seems to have done something. I can't explain it, but some connection to the tapestry seems to have lessened. The strings have black in them now. They're not as tight as they used to be. Luck, this thing that was fighting you, it's this terrible creature, but its blades were just like dripping with something, like poison. It's like a spider with a human body with two swords, and its terrible blades were coated in something.
What's all the blades? I need specifics.
They kind of round, sharp, pointed at the ends. What are those? Scimitars.
All right. So a curved weapon. I'm gonna need some. I'm gonna need to go and prepare a few things, if that's all right.
Anything for poison, Luck? Anything to prevent being hurt by it? Or?
He pulls out. He sort of goes into his bag and pulls out the helmet. And then he also says, I'm going to need to go and prepare a few things,
Okay.
as he sort of runs off to grab his alchemy kit.
Celia, I don't know even how to explain. Vidar was carrying Isilme, but there was still pale Celia, the one who'd killed the tiefling. She looked almost like a ghost.
What color was her hair? He shouts out from the other side.
It's like silver. It's gray,
Celia.
shining silver.
was going to
pulls. Celia. Oh God. Celia. Oh.
Luck, you were going to say something if you want to
Yeah, all right. He goes, Celia, I was going to bring this up more sooner, but we just didn't have the time so far. All the way back when we were in that weird dream place where we had to fight our inner demons or something. I saw something. Part of your hair was silver, and I was meaning to ask you about this.
In the vineyard.
In the vineyard.
Like the other side of the vineyard, when you step through to go to the Crucible of Souls.
I mean,
Is there anything about ghosts you can tell us about?
other than the ghost that's been just following us around,
Yeah, other than
We-
that. Do you
that's the only. The thing.
how'd this relationship start? And why? Why would he be ghosting you? Why would they be ghosting you?
I don't know, but I'm getting sick of it.
So am I. What to do something about this?
We didn't finish off the nightmare. The one we encountered in the vineyard. It simply disappeared, didn't it? There was a pale drow that walked with you in the vineyard.
There was, yes.
And then we never fought that one.
Nope.
It
It
left.
walked away.
So, unfinished business then.
Unfinished business.
Wondering if that's...
Excuse me. Can someone explain what this vision is? Does this happen often? Are these?
Often enough.
Is this an ability that I wasn't aware of?
Often enough to be annoying, but not often enough to be helpful when we really truly need it.
I see.
Magical old women help people see stuff.
Listen, long story short, the three sisters in the sky give me visions of the future, and also maybe I'm one of them and from the past. It's a long story, but we don't really have time for that right now, Ambrose. I'm sorry. You just gotta take me at face value here.
Okay.
In the meantime, have you seen before any of Bati's creations or creatures with this ensnarement mechanism, this metal that can wrap around someone around the throat? Do you have anything that can stop this, prevent it? Is there anything Lad can do to help?
There are certainly exotic materials that possess very lifelike abilities, but controlling them is, I mean, it's almost an art form. Without knowing exactly what it is that he's working with, I wouldn't know how to come up with a countermeasure. It's certainly something I'll keep in mind, but is it anything that you've seen Bati with thus far in any of your encounters?
Jay?
Do me a history check.
There's only one thing I can relate to that, and that would be the hounds.
It is
Hound tongue.
very. You could hold up your whip, your hound tongue whip. It is very similar to the tongues of the hounds.
Ambrose, she will go get the hound tongue whip.
Yep.
And she will hand it up to Ambrose to study it, look it over, and
Yeah, so Ambrose goes into full, inspection mode between Goggles and Lad, just reviewing everything about the whip that he can, microscopically, any energy coming from it, any
it is
mechanism or power source.
It seems to have an inherent sort of power source, as it is able to, Iska can show you, or actually you can figure it out pretty quickly as you're into clockworks, that it does have a fire sort of effect to it, sort of recharges on its own. There doesn't seem to be any sort of soul that is empowering it, but it is definitely...
Does it appear to draw from the user at all?
Does not appear to draw from the user, more like it draws from the ambient heat around it type idea, that it is able to just sort of absorb it and then release it. You're muted.
So Ambrose, tries to, just with his glove, just apply a little bit of, energy, just a little bit of charged energy to it, just to observe what the reaction is.
You see it sort of, first, you see it sort of release its sort of normal flame effect. And then as you apply this storm energy, you see it sort of turn into blue electrical flame.
So it seems to react based on the type of energy that's applied.
this might not be the most fashionable or great looking thing to hide beneath a cloak, but the rope follows a command. It follows your lead. If nothing else, if it's made of the same material as this thing that Bati has, you considered like almost just wearing it around you in order to, in case anything happens, be able to give you more room, more freedom to hopefully navigate out of this. It's just a thought, but it's something.
Ambrose, if you look in your handouts, you should now be able to see the Houndtum Whip as you have now.
Either way, it's better in your hands right now tonight than it is in mine. Take it.
That's another thing. If something's going to happen, we're going to need weapons.
It's
Luna
in
is,
handouts.
So if you go to the third at the top, it looks like a little newspaper.
Yeah.
You click on that, and then you'll see something that's called like treasures, and it's Iska treasures, and then you should see Houndtum Whip that you should be able to see.
Oh, it's under treasures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I've got lots of folders within folders.
Same damn laugh.
Luna is going to go over to Ambrose, kind of grab him by the chin, and say, "What is your name?" And she has her dagger on her as a note.
Oh,
You're muted.
Strauss Ambrose, born of Quaverine.
Can I insight check that?
you sure can. And you have advantage, I believe, with your dagger, correct?
Ooh.
On a 25, he's either a spectacular liar or he's telling the truth.
Okay. She'll let him go. Walk back. Not explain what she did.
Ambrose doesn't expect Luna to explain anything at this point.
Also, a lot of
Good to see you too, Luna.
Doesn't respond.
Yeah.
So, Luna, with you were guarding Sathander, but people there all around were encased in ice. I don't know. Have we seen Luna manipulate ice before, or been able to like break it or affect it?
Yeah.
The ice knuckles.
You've seen the ice knuckles, but this was literally probably between 50 and 100 people. It was hard to tell because some were frozen together, some had frozen and then shattered into pieces. It was pretty horrible. Oh, when you gave the Houndtung Whip to Ambrose, the snarl loosened a little bit more again.
Nice.
There's probably plenty of spells that can freeze an entire room of people, but that's
Could you
beyond
tell
what I know.
what race these people were?
Like who were attacking or who were all frozen?
Who were all frozen?
It was like everyone. It was consorts. It was Castian, the Dragonborn detective. Right? It was everybody.
It was pretty much
essentially?
everyone. It was a mix and match. Those were just some of the faces that you recognized, and certainly Genasi are very distinct whether they have been frozen or not because of their racial features. But
Do we,
Indiscriminate. Was there people there with wearing symbols of the economist? I mean, other than Castian.
Yeah. Jay, anything I could...
Was there no absence of them? Is the question, really?
I would say from the vision, you saw Castian, but again, this is one of those sort of quick, almost like flash bulbs images that were playing. So you couldn't say one way or the other.
I can't tell. I have no idea. I'm sorry, Axel. It's a
It's
great
all right.
thought.
That's a potential thought.
it's possible that the Syndicate will be at the skull and they seek revenge.
Master Dragon, potentially. There's a lot of people who probably seek revenge on us.
Celia says, technically I have a Master Dragon disguise. And she motions to the dress that the drow made with the mask that has a dragon on the side of it.
Scoring it's going to be a problem, but
And these people were like actually physically frozen in ice, right?
Frozen in ice or had been frozen like completely through. Yeah.
I know the Murat, I think is how I say it,
Yep.
readings said something about stasis. Perhaps it is related to that. Trial, overcome all the world in stasis, something along those lines. Maybe they meant frozen. Do not know.
As you all have been discussing this, about 30 minutes have passed, and you know that the clock is ticking towards your performance.
I imagine Celia's done with Axel's hair by now.
Yes. I'm assuming you were talking and working.
Yeah.
I figured.
I imagine like Lad Junior's next to her just handing her pins.
Yes.
Oh, that's adorable. Just gonna say for reference sake, I'm going to have the bone shield mutagen ready, and I'm going to make the sagacity mutagen and have that and drink that pretty much straight away. So I
Okay.
have my wisdom up to 18.
Gotcha. Great.
Yeah, on that note, I'm presuming they're not going to let us have weapons in whatever the big bold fancy thing, because it doesn't like. Do we want to put them in the bag of holding, and then if anything goes wrong, I've got the bag of holding, hand them out. No, maybe I should give the bag of holding to someone else. I need to talk to Sir Thrax.
I think you two should have a chat.
Yeah, can we sort this out? I can spend on my time.
Isquin,
Vidar.
Vidar, sorry. Still getting used to. Sometimes it happens.
My friend, I'm getting used to comprehending feelings, emotions, and everything. So this is, to be honest.
So we get the bag of holding. Grain, come here. We put it on Grain. We put Grain into the ring.
No.
Okay.
No, from Mishkan, that's a bad idea. Extra-dimensional spaces going in extra-dimensional spaces, bad idea.
That is a bad. But I've gone in it before and not had any issues.
Yeah, you not had any issues with bag of holding. The ring is different.
It's a demi-plane.
It's a
Yes, demi-plane, extent. They're two different things.
Then Vidal just goes, sure, no. Yeah. We can stall things inside of you? Like, other than just creatures?
Wait, who do you talk to?
You can put the ring
Oh,
on
Lyle.
my
I thought you
notes.
said luck. You know that. It is a person can go in, but they go within with all their equipment. If you just put equipment in there, it would be different.
So if we put Grain, if we take the bag of holding, put all the stuff in there, put it on Grain,
Yep.
and then put Grain into the ring.
Yeah,
Well, if
now,
that's
of
the
course, it
case-
takes a little time to get it all back out, but it means it's not at the weapon check at the door.
Well, in that case, summons Lysithia and pops the cat out, just holds his blade out to the side, turns on its flat as just from the little
Yep, it's from the circle.
ring space. The ring just drops bright light and a cat. Just
Or we can use the cat, where it makes more sense.
Or we can just put someone in there.
I mean, the cat is much bigger than Grain. He's hulky. This is a large cat.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
bobcat size.
Yeah.
Grain's grown some. They're probably about the same size, whichever way you want to go.
I mean,
You're a big
I know
pup.
you're attached to Grain. Don't
You
dare
watch as
tell
the
you're
cat
small.
just sort of starts wandering off, not paying attention to you.
it's a cat. I don't know how to trust the cat.
Exactly.
Celia looks to the tabaxi.
The Batsy
tell
would
him-
know.
Listen, he can say that. We can't.
Yeah.
That's his word. I telepathically think to the cat, you be good and don't make a mess here.
It sort of looks back over your shoulder and it's kind of with a very, yeah, whatever. And then continues to saunter into a sunbeam of the last rays of sunlight.
The ring can fit two people, right? Or
Oh yeah,
are we
double space.
going to bring Huska back, to the ball, or are you just going to leave him here?
Oh, I was just going to leave them here for the night just so there's another space within the ring. If anything goes horribly wrong,
That's
Gives
good
you a
idea.
spot.
If anything, I just want to ask you, if anything starts going wrong or looks like it's going wrong, I want Riley in there as soon as possible.
you're going to
Please.
bring Riley along to the ball. Okay,
He was going to come to the ball. I can't leave him here. I don't
of course.
feel safe.
Okay.
Sorry, real quick question. I can't remember. Did we get a short rest after the Sithander encounter, or did we
Yes,
get
you have a
short?
short. You can have a short rest.
Okay, so
Nope. Even Iska staying at the tea thing didn't make it all the way to a long rest.
okay.
And I don't think we haven't even had a 4 hour for Vidar and Cilia to be able to get theirs. So basically, short resting is where y'all are at.
I mean, I went back up the full at the start, at the end of the other long rest, so I'm fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember your Sithander encounter hit points. It's you healing yourself from the Aboleth encounter hit points, not the Sithander hit
Oh,
points.
does the Sithander thing not
No,
count?
for Luna it does, but remember the rest of them were actually Sithander.
all right.
You were you.
Okay, that's what I want to be sure. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was just how we did the mechanics on that. So yeah, no, but Luna, yeah, you were you. So
And then Iska does, Song of Rest at some point. So I think it's +6. Or plus, let me look that up real quick. But plus to your rolls there.
yeah, it's your bard level, I believe. Or is it a roll?
Is it +6 once or per roll?
It's once.
Once.
Okay.
So, yep. Okay, cool.
So,
Are we
Grain,
going to warn?
weapons in bag and holding on grain into the ring.
Before I just want to, Iska will take out, just because I have one, potion of poison resistance and just hand it to Luck as well, just so Luck has that as well.
Nice.
Because I guess the helmet would be in there because a kettle helmet would look pretty out of place in a ball.
Pretty out of place. In fact, in general, anything you're not going to get very far with anything that doesn't look like ball gown. I'd say probably about the only thing that could be worn would be Cilia's necklace.
Can I take my wand?
And her cloak.
Oh, and her cloak, which has been built in. I'm sorry.
That probably includes.
Take my
X
wand of smiles with me.
You would have to convince them that it is that it's benign, that it's a party thing.
Could
We
I
can
take
convince
the
them.
wooden sword?
Still's gonna be, yeah.
Yeah.
People are very, very savvy here. Know that you could maybe transmute a wooden sword into a metal sword. Yeah.
I thought. Well played. Yep.
Axe is going to have to lose his cloak, I presume.
Yes. And
Yeah.
certainly Iska, you win your cloak of many things. Would need to go in as well. Again, y'all
And
are
I'm
gonna be in
guessing
your
I
ball
can't just
gear.
carry my pistol in there too, eh?
Yeah, probably not carrying your pistol would be a good
Okay.
idea. I mean, you could try to hide it, but you, yeah.
Cilia currently has the boots of Elvenkind, right? Just
She gave him back to him.
Yeah,
you gave it back.
because her dress
Okay.
now is a
yeah.
ball gown of elven kind.
Yeah. So
She's a
So-
ball gown of all the kind now.
so I probably can sneak the elven boots in.
Potentially, you can give it a try.
I will.
Orb of direction.
You can give it a try.
Okay.
I find it funny. Axel has to actually do the whole, oh yeah, I'm just going to pull out all the weapons from every little spot because he has all the magic items. It's like, oh yeah, all the scrolls, all this, all that, all the potions.
Yep.
I'm
Magic
really
books.
really happy that my animated shield just becomes a choker when it's done. Thank you, Lysa.
Could Celia do her magic and try to incorporate the bandolier into the ensemble? The potion bandolier. And I could come up with a very elaborate excuse of why I have these potions on me.
You can certainly try.
Yes.
See, this is where dresses come in handy, because I can just put things around my thighs, and are they really going to check out that high?
Depends on what method they're using to check.
Just look shocked, give him a quick slap. Why I
I'm
never.
a lady!
A day treat my date like that. No,
Another
sir.
die.
Okay. So
Are we going to warn Castian and we're going to warn Castian?
I think we should. I mean, Castian is on our side here, right? Through all this, he's.
So
But he is kind of on our side. I mean, he's still got his job, his duty. In the end, he might call it off. He might step up and do something that causes.
they can't call a ball off now. Not as it's so close.
No, but the
I'm just-
more people who are on guard and on alert, the better.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think.
If we can find a way to contact him, I don't know if you can, or if we
I
can.
can send to him.
I mean,
Then.
he'll be at the ball.
Yes, but
yeah,
getting
you're getting to the point where you're going to need to be leaving soon, or
Yeah.
you're not going to get there in time.
Who's gonna go and actually change her stuff? now.
Okay.
Look, once we get there,
Vidar?
we can. Yes.
Don't you leave her side. Pointing
No, not
to
at all.
Celia.
No.
I didn't see much. I don't know how to change that future. Just don't you leave her side.
I promise she'll be fine. If anything happens, if we need to let anyone in on our link, in on our telepathic link. Oh, by the way, Ambrose, I'm gonna think to you. Hi. In your mind, you hear me say hello. You can reply.
Hello.
Welcome to our inner head chat.
Yeah. Because I mean that, and actually, I mean Vidar, it's because he was part of the forging. It's not just you can expand that circle.
Ooh. One last thing I want to get out of the bag before it's put away. I get from, I don't even know, gosh, how long ago this was. I get the Beacon of Hope, and I gave it to Vidar.
Ambrose just looks at you guys and is like, wow, you guys have a lot of stuff.
Celia
This
will,
is not even half of it. This is not even half of it.
Yeah, the rest already in the bag.
You know what hoarding is?
But I just grabs the sphere of Winter Wonder and it's just like, well, this is actually from another plane of existence. So
Oh, sure it is.
I was thinking,
I love the way you said that.
Buddy.
Oh, that's interesting. Good old pal.
Luna, Iska, as Ambrose asks that question, you look at him, and he's pretty much in his inventor's gear.
Luna takes in a horrified breath. Get undressed right now. We're fixing this.
Excuse me?
Now, take off your clothes.
Are you going to question her? Her?
Do we have anything that he fits?
Better than that.
There's some pants here that don't fit.
Can I try? I mean, everything I have is like woven into the clothing. So
Then you pop it off, and it goes in the bag.
That is a sentence that was just
Sorry. I'm sorry. Everyone, we can turn around.
Well,
Celia just grabs Luck and carries luck away.
No,
I'm dressed. You're getting dressed
I.
correctly.
Don't resist. It'll be quicker.
Luna quickly turns like the spare pants Luck gave.
I was gonna say
Her-
Vidar has a couple outfits you could piece together, and you could.
Yeah, how much time do we have, and you know, between, you know, Lad and
Not
Babylon,
much.
10
know,
minutes. Like 10 minutes.
Okay.
Considering Luna doesn't care
how
about
much-
his personal space, she can get this done quickly.
how much modification, or you know, is Ambrose able to do in that amount of time to?
You basically are gonna be able to have Lad with you, you know, and but most everything else is gonna end up in the bag.
Look, we could style the whip as a double belt.
Absolutely, you could have the whip on you.
You got the whipping lad.
What are you specifically concerned about, Ambrose? Or what are you trying to not get rid of?
Well, I mean, at a minimum, I want to try to keep one sleeve and glove on.
I have
you can certainly try.
I do have one jacket. It has cape sleeves with an internal
Of course you do.
internal sleeve. Yes, no, of course I do. Come.
So I look
Upstairs to the right.
Look like Lando
Hold on one
Calrissian.
moment. Yeah,
Yes?
can I just hop in the ring? And can you pull me out when we get there at the entrance? Just
Probably
I need
not
to-
directly at the entrance, but
well,
But through?
I need some private time now so I can sort my things out.
Oh,
no,
yes.
of course.
Yeah.
Of course. All right. And
Yep.
he's gonna hold the ring, the blade over Axel, and Axel's just gonna zip on into it.
So,
Into a private discussion space that's shaped by your mind.
yes, you find yourself. Describe to me this private discussion place that you have formed.
It's a
Yeah.
graveyard.
Usually it's like this library tower, very much like one of Grom's at home. It's just sort of this library that's a tower. But this time it's back at East in the cairns and area there where he first
Okay.
unlocked Sithrax. And it's sort of just grey and foggy and just suitable mood. He's just gonna sort of reach out the hand and sort of call out Sithrax to be a part of the space.
And Sithrax, you feel around your neck. And he begins to move. This almost tattoo becomes alive and then dimensional and then sort of snakes its way around its neck, its wings spread wide as the serpent of death, the soul leader, looks to you.
So, apparently fate has it that I become part of you, you become a part of me. I take on this form in a way, and death surrounds us. What do you know about how this would happen? What would happen to cause that?
Sithrax sort of hisses, and you almost see it's like its eyes dim for a second, like it's sort of thinking. As we have bonded for you to summon me, yet you be the only living thing on which I can feed. I would not take you as I cannot take myself, but we would merge to one.
And what would happen then? We would
We
consume everything around us?
would be Sithrax.
I always thought, hey, once, recently, since I was getting attached, and how all has happened, and I figured you were a part of me. I was figuring that out, and I was trying to accept that. Now this is a step forward. But should I summon you, I would become this.
If you were the one that I targeted, would this occur?
And this would be the end of me as me. I would just be
together as death.
And there's no way to stop that.
Do not
Or would it
summon.
end? No, I wouldn't try that. No, yeah.
Use your blood rune carefully. If it is used at all. I'm sorry, death rune. Sorry, the blood opal.
Yeah.
Blood opal, death rune.
Yeah. No, it's always been sort of at the edge of my mind that should I want to bring about a small apocalypse? Yeah. But you don't want that to happen, do you? You don't want me to this bonding confusion. Do you want that to happen, or?
It is not my goal, but who is to say what is destiny? You would be a burden to me, but perhaps a boon as well.
I see. So,
Death, wielding the runes of dragons, is not balanced.
no, but now I know. I'm glad we're on a similar page here. I'm glad I guess I'm still afraid of you, but not like I was before. And I'm glad we can work this out.
This is an arrangement that has made me content. For a time. It is new.
I hope we can work this out. In this space, are you freer in here, or is this just a projection?
I am still just within your mind. This is for your benefit. I've gone nowhere.
I was just wondering if you could make it, if it's to benefit you, if you wanted to enjoy the space while we have it, is kind of what I'm saying.
It is but an illusion.
That's yeah. All right. That works.
And as your mind sort of processes that it's really just a projection, a way for you to have a face, a thing to talk to, it sort of doesn't even really slither back into place. It just is back. Sithrax, the Soul Leader, is once again just there around your neck.
And Axel will settle down, sort of try and change the space into something more comfortable, and
the tower.
think on his room for a bit while we wait.
Yeah, the tower appears, and you are able to do some studying, calm your mind. Back outside.
I've made tea for everyone just before we leave, since, we're taking our time.
Ambrose has an outfit that has been masterfully done. Luna was business-like in her efficiency. In fact, probably, when you get into an inventor headspace, that it's just like bam, 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 bam. Yeah, it's actually kind of impressive.
All right. Everyone is dressed, or in space. Are we ready? I don't care what your answer is, we're leaving.
And the door is opened. Does anyone wish to not follow Luna's?
I am at her heels.
I dare you.
I'm not. I am not messing with that train wreck.
I will ice this whole hallway. I dare you, don't follow me.
We're going. Let's go.
No one's here. No one here is arguing.
Too late for stage fright. Let's do this.
I hold my arm out for Celia to get arm in arm.
As a note, Luna does make sure she has dark vision on herself.
Okay.
So not the goggles, but the actual.
The actual. Yeah, she's cast it using a key. Okay.
Yeah, Celia will grab the mask real fast.
Oh yeah.
It's not on, but it's kind of like sitting on her forehead.
Okay. You are wearing the dress. You are wearing the dress, though.
She has the dress on.
Very good.
Great question from Templar. When they came, or is there at any point did the tangle feel like it loosened at all after he was in the ring for a sec?
Well,
Or
he
is
hasn't
it
come
still-
out. He hasn't come out of the ring.
Right. Okay.
Before we leave, Ambrose is gonna like pull one last thing out and be like, I guess we should put this in the bag as well. We definitely don't want to lose it. And this is a device that he'd been working on to help Luck out. Sounds like we don't have time to go into it right now. Just put that.
Yeah, you see sort of a pauldron with a strange sort of metal. It's almost, well, you all recognize it's like the agarite has been polished and refined, and it sort of puts a gem, sort of almost like a circular oval type polished stone. It's not like a see-through gem. It's just as though you would a polished stone piece into it, and it would be a pauldron that with some, looks like it's got some metal work around it, as Ambrose places it into the bag of holding as well.
I also put on my little metal eye mask. One looks like a fox, I think it was. It blinds me, but
Yep.
Celia will also tell Lad Jr. That he's going to stay in the room and do not come. Like, she basically wants him to hide because it could be really dangerous.
Okay.
And she says, don't come out until you hear this word. She's not going to tell the party. She just kind of whispers it to Lad Jr., and I'll send you what it is.
Okay. And Ambrose, you certainly, Lad, as he has got the ability to basically disguise himself. You normally can have him disguise himself as just like a pile of junk or something like that. Very easily, he could disguise himself as like a really ostentatious like pendant or pin, or like really like, new age sort of oversized jewelry piece that you can put on this cloak that Vidar has. So you do have Lad with you.
I'm sure it blends right into Vidar's clothing.
It does, believe it or not. It is actually, wow. Who would have thought that it would be loud and ostentatious would blend right in with something Vidar would buy. You guys head out. Yes? And you know what? We're going to do this a little bit early, but it's mainly because I've had a beer and now I've really got to take a quick bio. We're going to take our break early today because...
That is not a good sign. That is not a good sign.
This is going to get rolling.
yay! Yeah.
I am going to be right back. In the meantime, I'm going to turn it over to our good friend NNG9 to tell us a little bit more about Mental Health America. And we will do Pun in the Week early today. And because isn't this going to be fun?
Super. Thank you very much, Jay. For everybody who's been here before, welcome back. If this is your first time here, welcome. This channel is run 100% for charity. The charities change roughly every other month. This month's charity is the Mental Health America organization, an organization dedicated to helping people with whatever mental illness they may have, removing some of the stigma from having it or admitting to having it or checking to see if you do. They have a lot of different opportunities. If you would like to go to the website and directly see everything they do and all the information about it, please click on the purple lettering in the description below. If you would like to donate through our channel, click on the banner above that, and for varying amounts, you can donate whatever you would like. For any amount, you can add to our spell bank, which at every $100 increment, we get a higher level spell. So $100, level 1, 200, level 2, so on and so forth. You can give players the 10 healing dice, which, believe me, we use and keep us alive. Player advantage, a D12 bardic inspiration, a luck dice, which is basically a mulligan on any dice we roll outside of death saving throws. Just re-roll straight up. You can give a party member a random potion from the party punch bowl for $10, and the special monthly donation level this time is for $25. You can donate an action surge to the player, so they can basically take another action, another turn immediately, basically. But please do not feel pressure to donate. You can just do things like share social media, like Twitter and Facebook. Otherwise, thank you for joining, and we hope you enjoy the rest of our session. Good guys here, do you have a recommendation? We have a little bit of that.
I do, since I've been binging a game for the past week, and that game is called The Blackout Club. A very interesting little horror game that I've even streamed a little when I've had the time. And it's sort of this sneaking around a place called Red Acre, where the adults seem to have gone into this weird sleeper state at night, and children have been kidnapped, gone missing, and even been killed. And you are playing as a child yourself, trying to figure out the mystery and helping out the Blackout Club with all this. But not all is as it seems and as simple, as there seems to be these godly entities that speak to the children at night, trying to influence them, and looks like you might have to take a side in an upcoming thing. And it's a very interesting game because the devs are very active. The Discord is always back and forth with theories, and sometimes you can sort of pray to the god in game and you might get a reply. It's rather interesting.
Cool.
And what was the name of it again?
The Blackout Club.
Blackout Club. So there you go. There's your recommendation. And now time for everybody's favorite segment, Pun of the Week. What do you call a pig that does charity work?
What?
A philanthropig.
All right, hey, yeah.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
You know what? You're appealing to my interest. I like
you know
it.
what? We all agree on it. We like the swine pun.
Hashtag you're the pig.
You're the pig. Swine pun.
You're big.
Earth pig even.
2019, baby.
20 swine teen. So we're going to go ahead and get rolling because we've got lots of fun stuff coming. So you guys all head out the door. Were y'all going to, we'll ask, Axel, did you want to be released as they left the door when they got there?
He wanted as much time as possible because he didn't know how long the discussion would take.
Okay.
So he didn't want to be interrupted. So he asked basically before they get to the ball itself.
Okay. So you guys head out. And
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Is there any way we can say that when we put our packs away, we didn't just jam everything in the bag, like we put each one's individual gear kind of together,
well,
so it's easy to.
We'll say that what you could do is that you kind of bound it together, and as you reach into a bag of holding, you basically have to think about what it is. Usually it's a single item. I will allow it to be like Iska grabs for her gear, and it gives you your gear. Now, it is going to take a little bit to do that. I mean, it's not like everyone can stick their hands in the bag of holding all in one action on one turn. It's going to take a little bit of time if you all need to do that. So have some thought about if you want to do a certain order of how you want to do it, or if you want to grab someone else's and then so you can throw it to them, that works as well. So as you guys head out into the streets of Falcon's Crest, you are here at the Overhang District, all the way at the edge. And where there's been sort of a sort of raucous atmosphere everywhere, it does not seem, it's actually kind of quiet here. It's surprisingly quiet here in the Overhang District, and as you head up through the Windward Basin. It isn't until you get up and start approaching the Stoneward Rush that you turn the corner and a huge just wave of sound hits you as you see that the entire Stoneward Rush has become this giant procession of the nobility, of the vendors, of everything else, as they are making their way towards the Solstice Ball. Where normally it is two-way traffic with sort of an island down the middle, it now has become basically a clockwise, huge procession of nobility and vendors and all that sort of stuff on the main part of the street, and just completely packed with spectators who are watching all of the gentry and these huge, massive floats, for all intents and purposes, as they move by. Many of them are decorated with flowers. Often they are covered with arcane magical spells and enchantments to make them have water effects, fire effects, lighting effects. It is something incredible to behold. In fact, as you get up there, you all quickly spot a huge, probably almost 2 stories, maybe 3 stories tall, giant whiskey barrel with the very familiar logo of the Linford Distillery on the side of it. There is being drawn on this huge, oversized wagon by 8 Clydesdale-type horses of that size, clopping along. Up on top of it, you see your good friend, Beauregard Linford. He is dressed out in the most crazy outfit, like he's the king of the procession. All around him, y'all will spot pretty quickly, especially Luna, it looks like he's probably hired every Water Genasi consort, along with pretty much any Water Genasi he could have found, as they are throwing their hands out, and you see these bubbles of whiskey, basically perfect shots, that are being thrown out to the crowd as though they're screaming and yelling for beads. The Water Genasi are shaping water, but whiskey, and throwing them out to the crowd and the gentry as they go by. You see around him, he has bottles. When he spots someone in the crowd he knows, he'll throw out a bottle of some of his best cognac. This is the same stuff that you all help deliver. And you sort of come up around the corner, and that's the first thing you'll see is this giant whiskey wagon with Beauregard up there at the top, and literally the air filled with shots of good old Linford libations whiskey flying through the air. People just kind of open their mouths and they pop right in to get a shot. You have arrived at the main procession and celebration. How do you guys want to proceed? Do you want to get through this crowd? Did the music just stop? Did it just stop for me?
I can't
oh, no, there it is. It's just a long pause in the loop. Sorry.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay, so they're handing out whiskey and everything. Is his profession still kind of moving, or is he in one space handing it out?
He is. It's moving. It's a slow move, and as sort of it moves forward, it's almost even with you. By the time you could get up there, it will probably have passed you by. You kind of see Linford's up there. He's waving his hands, waving his arms. Do me a Luna, if you want to do me a perception check, you are certainly welcome to, or anyone else if you guys want to sort of get a better lay of the land.
All right, your mic's doing the booby bob.
Is it? Okay, thank you.
Ooh.
Land is not my domain.
Could have done
Luna, stop taking the shots. Luna, stop taking the shots.
Shot.
I imagine Iska's just got like one between each finger. So just stop. Settling the nerves.
So, Cilia, Izume, as you look around, you can sort of see, and Vidar, you can sort of start to plot a course, kind of the way that you know to go, both as you both sort of spent lots of time on the Stoneward Rush. But Iska, as you're watching all of this happen, you see, almost shockingly, the next float behind Linford, you see a giant beehive and a teapot
Oh, is it?
being drawn by two enlarged bumblebees. And you see there up on top, you see Astra. He is dressed in sort of a long coat. It is the color scheme. It's sort of white on top with sort of gold embroidery. It has all these motives of pouring tea. His pants are sort of almost the color of sunset. They go from sort of a deep red down to an orange. He has taken his hair, his long sort of oxblood hair, and has sort of braided it up. It almost looks like a turban up on top of his head. And he has a huge smile on his face, and maybe unnaturally even sort of projected toward you, goes, well, I was hoping I'd time that about right. Y'all come on up. We got a spot for all of you. And
Fantastic. Yeah.
you see him wave him over for y'all to join him on the Tea Hive float.
Well, that worked out. See, your boyfriend is a good man.
Beat red at the word boyfriends.
And yeah, as y'all get up there, you can see he's got basically he has got they look like on closer inspection. At first you thought they were bees that were running out little cups and tea samples to the crowd, but you realize on closer inspection, certainly those of you magically attuned, that these are sort of small fairies that are running around. You just ask them nicely, they'll do most anything for you. They love the honey, he says. And he's got a really big grin as he looks at Luck. Like a stupidly broad grin as he looks at Luck. And he's just sort of smiling at you, and you smile back, and he goes, 3, 2, 1. And you hear, surprise! And you see Ariana, Bethany, Marco, Abigail, all of the children from Tangle Braid's orphanage that you've been there have been hiding inside the hive. He goes, I hope you don't mind. I just figured they needed to have a good time at Solstice. I know you care about these folks. And so you guys on the procession with all your friends around you start heading towards the Solstice Ball.
Luna will ask if Astra, is that the name?
Astra, yeah.
Well, if he would like a similar service to reading to
Thank
what
you,
the
Raiders.
Genasi
Antlers
are
up.
doing for Beauregard.
If you don't mind, that would be great. We could get more tea out to folks. I don't know. Can you move honey? Any liquid work?
She'll basically, because she can do simple shapes, so she'll just like make some like tiny cups out of ice and float those over, kind of, or not quite solid, but like right on that verge.
Yeah.
You know?
Why? Thank you, Miss Luna. And he looks over at Iska and just goes, well, don't you just look like a waterfall in music?
Still beat red from the boyfriend comment, just turns even more crimson. And looks down for a second, raises her head, and is like, you clean up pretty well yourself. She moves in for a quick smooch on the cheek.
Quick smoochy. And he gives you a quick smooch back and goes, well, it's Solstice. Let's have some fun. And you guys can ride the float all the way up to the gates. As you guys sort of turn the corner and start heading up the other way, you guys see it's not hard. Certainly luck with your passive perception. You see it first. The sun is still up. It's getting low in the sky. It hasn't turned to sunset yet. But you see it's almost like this huge veil of darkness passing by, because Stoneward Rush is fairly narrow, but they would basically, as you're going up one side, they're coming the other. You see this huge veil and sort of wave of semi-transparent darkness that's sort of passing by you on the other lane. And certainly Luck will recognize, Celia as well. You see up in front a whole group, probably half dozen, very finely dressed, conservatively dressed drow women riding displacer beasts under a shroud of shadow so that the sun doesn't bother them, so that they can make their entrance. You see a huge, what looks like a giant obsidian barge that is being, that has a sort of divan chair in it and quite a few female retainers on it. It has these 8 sort of outriggers that are being carried by these enlarged by the spell drow men who are basically just covered in giantly muscled, covered in just jewels. Think Xerxes from like 300. Pretty scantily charged, but are carrying the drow barge through the streets under this veil of darkness, being led by displacer beasts, being ridden by the drow matriarchy. All the different races you see sort of represented here in this processional. Many different types of businesses are out there. The music is raucous from every different place. Many of the floats are throwing out different goods, beads, gemstones. The crowds are roaring. It is an incredible celebration. As you then pass across from Matron Square, you will see where all of the religious churches are. It's just sort of raining golden flower petals down upon them. You actually see it sort of mixes where the drow have been. You see black roses with deep purple centers that have sort of littered the street where people haven't caught them, sort of mixing with these golden flower petals from Matron Square. And you finally arrive at the gate of Sentinel Row, where you see Astra sort of hand off the float to Ariana from Tangled Braids, and he sort of gives a smile to us. Just take it back round and keep the tea and honey flowing. And he puts his arm out to Iska and all of y'all. Well, it's time for a party.
Put my arm around Celia and a bit of an embrace and be like, let's go have some fun before anything goes wrong.
Ambrose tries to put his arm around Luna and then immediately.
Ambrose dead first.
Luna will just quietly whisper in Astra's ear, "Do not muss the dress."
He gives you a thumbs up, and you can see he very delicately, where I believe one of her shoulders is out. His hands are on her shoulder, not on the fabric of the dress itself. We'll say that Vidar you could have snuck in so Axel didn't miss this inside the beehive where all the kids were hiding and pull Axel out. And Iska, when you see Axel walk out onto the float, a little bit of that tangle in your mind gets a little bit less. But Axel, Mr. What's a Party, What's a Ball, you are in the middle of a float in the middle of basically the biggest magical Mardi Gras on the continent.
Oh, he's into that. Oh, the kids! Just heads over to the kids because he's hung around with him. He stops, gives Astra a big hug before that, and hangs out with them, with the kids and Riley.
Yeah, you see Abigail.
Like looking at everything that goes past every now and then. Seems like a kid.
Yeah, you see Abigail, the super tiny little halfling, sort of takes Riley and makes sure he feels comfortable up on the float and shows him how to hand the little sort of thimble-sized cups to the fairies to send them out into the crowd.
Axel's having a great time.
And,
I was wondering if Vidar just forgot. It's just, Axel's just waiting in there until Vidar forgets, and bad things start happening as Axel comes out. Oh, I thought we were going to a ball. Why is there a fight?
Ooh, look, pretty colours.
Yeah, Vidar doesn't forget, but Kyle does.
so
I was figuring out a relationship in D&D.
So you guys get off the float, and as you approach the gates of Sentinel Row, you can see things sort of get a little not quite as raucous. It certainly is very, it is a lot of celebration, but this is a little bit more staid than just the incredible parade that's behind you. You do see all the people who are starting to line up. There does seem to be a checkpoint. You see members of the Arcana Mystica. Don't seem to be high-level members, but are there who are inspecting. You recognize the eyepieces that Castian used to detect magic on all of you in y'all's room when you first arrived. They are using those and are inspecting pretty much everyone very, very thoroughly. So remind me of people who are trying to sneak in things.
Vidar shifted Lyle back to the demi-plane, its own demi-plane.
Yep, you just are wearing a nice big gaudy ring. Axel, you put everything in, yeah?
Everything except some of his the gemstones that look like trinkets. Yeah.
Okay.
And probably his spellbook.
Gotcha.
Keep the spellbook, yeah.
Luna, did you try to leave anything out? I forget.
Luna, she wanted to see if she could take the wand of smiles with her. She left the orb in there.
Okay.
So right now it's basically just kind of like tucked down. Like it's pointed where if she like basically taps it, it would cast the smile right there.
Okay.
That was the idea.
As you come up to the checkpoint, you see a member of the Arcana Mystica, and you see him do a quick look, and he does pause and very much looks like he's looking right at your chest.
Excuse us.
You have a magical item on you?
I've been told my smile needs work. And so she will demonstrate the thing.
And seeing that your smile does in fact need work, and he was like, I'll allow it, and moves on.
I've got the potion, the bandolier on the potion, and the boots.
I'm gonna just move down the line. Bird, did you have anything you're moving in? I mean, you
I
have
don't think so. Just
you've got
just
your
the
violin, which is magic.
the Cly lyre. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got my cloak, my new outfit design, so that it could hold like the two little glass orbs, like the drift globe and the sphere of winter wonders. But since the beacon of hope came in, I replaced the drift globe with the beacon of hope orb, and it just like kind of sits into the collar at the back of the neck in a way, in a very decorated piece.
As he looks at it over the thing, he looks at the orb of winter wonder and he's like, that is not allowed in here.
I can't get it off.
Well, then you're not coming to the ball.
He looks. What do you point out in particular?
The sphere of winter wonders.
Well then, we'll just get this and get rid of it post haste.
Thank you. I can keep it here. You can check it and pick it up on the way out, but it cannot go inside.
All right. If it does go missing, we have a word to Castellan, and if not,
do you think you're impressing me by dropping names?
No, of course not. I don't care.
Thank you. And he takes the ball.
I don't care about what you think. I care about what the Arch nullifies.
Just shut.
Excuse me.
Just go in.
I'm subtlety.
just like kicking Vidar in the back, like the back of his legs. Just move.
As you approach Iska and you have your violin, and they start. We'll need to see that, ma'am. From running up, like down through the line in a panic, is Tristan, the young page who is your stage contact. No, she's one of us. She's fine. She's fine. She needs her violin. It's okay. I am Tristan. And he like puts up like a badge. He's got like a little credential thing that's like, I can clear the violin. That is it. Just the violin. That's all we need. And he gets you through.
Okay.
Ambrose, you're trying to keep your glove?
No, at this point he's just wearing lad and the whip as a belt, or as an ornate belt area thing.
As he goes over top of your stuff, he does not even pause on the clockwork inventions with the loop. Luck. You've just got your bandolier of potions.
Yep.
What potions do you have in there?
I have the bone armor, the poison resist, and vitality.
He sort of looks at the thing and goes, "Planning on drinking tonight?"
Yeah.
Well, be safe. Don't fall off the edge. Drink that early enough so it counts. Toward pointing to the poison resistance. Cilia, you just have your necklace on?
She has her necklace, her ring that she...
Right. Your ring isn't going to register yet.
Yeah. Then I guess the dress would...
Yep. As he goes across, and he sort of takes a moment on the dress, doesn't seem to pause. Moment at the necklace, seems to not worry about it, and the ring doesn't register. So, and you guys are through.
Sorry, I just wanted to double check. My holy symbol was okay?
Holy symbol was fine.
Okay.
Yep, your holy symbol was fine.
Pack ring is fine. Animated shield's fine.
Well, again,
Animated
that's stuff that you summon. Warlock summoning up. Those are like when summoning your sword.
Oh, no.
They're like in a different plane. Yeah, your shield is part of your summoning of Lyle. So
I was also just wondering about the pack ring of the pack keeper. That one.
Ring of the Pact Keeper. He will look at and go, "You'll need to empty that."
I have yet to cast a spell though.
So I mean, if it's empty, then he won't care. If it's got a spell in it, he's gonna say you've got to pull the spell out.
But hold on, it doesn't give me a spell. It allows me to regain a spell slot. It's like a charge.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It doesn't store a spell. It stores a spell slot. No, so that's fine. That's fine.
It's just like raw magical energy.
Yeah, it's just raw magical energy. That's fine. Sorry, I was thinking it was like one of the pearls of
Rings.
power type idea, or whichever. Anyway, enough of that. So, you guys walk. There's a huge procession waiting towards the warden's seat, which is the largest of these chateaus at the end of this sort of political bunker. The sort of long stone causeway has been set up. There are people walking around with trays of beverages, champagne, pretty much whatever you might want to drink. There's little food stations out here on the outside. Many people are sort of milling around, and it seems like they're all waiting for something. As you start making your way up this sort of stone garden with all these beautiful stone sculptures that are out and around, and like I say, you see the open doors of Warden's seat in front of you. Iska, Luna, both of you familiar with it from going and doing your rehearsals, but people are milling around in this open area that sort of opens onto all the other big noble house chateaus, including the Lark's Frame chateau. where you know that like Seth is. All of those are along here. Axel, you will know that also that opens onto this is the Tiefling chateau that was being restored when you were sort of scouting around here. What would y'all like to do?
You said, so wait, we can see Sathander, or
You have not seen Sathander yet. You see Sathander's house, basically, which opens on here. This whole big courtyard open. You know, there's sort of this long, sort of causeway that is flanked on either side by these huge chateaus that then end sort of in a almost like a cul-de-sac, where at the very sort of top of the cul-de-sac is Warden's Seat, where the Viceroy lives. You know that along those rows, up sort of on the left-hand side is where Sathander's house is, Larkspring Chateau. Over sort of, not quite on the cul-de-sac, is where the remnants, or the now restored remnants of the Tiefling Embassy is.
I guess I would be looking for kind of a place to, now that I'm here and going to perform at some point tonight, a place to kind of check in and say that I am here and like what we need to do.
Tristan has not left your side as he is scared.
Then yeah, I just turn to him and
Luna.
Okay, cool. So be like, well, Tristan, where should we go from here? And why exactly is no one doing anything currently?
Your dressing room is where we had said that it would be. It's just off of the main ballroom. You can change there or have a place to rest. Your green room, it is stocked with all of the things that you said that you needed to have. There's a full bathtub ready to go. And he just lists off the entire list of Luna's rider for what you would need for a performance. And he looks around and he goes, they are waiting for the tieflings. And then continues to be nervously, we can get you to your dressing room it's right this way.
Walking.
He's walking.
I'll go mingle then, everyone. Just, I'll keep my eyes out.
Ambrose, do you have a piece of
Ambrose is going to go with luck.
Okay, Ambrose goes with luck.
Axel's going to quickly run after Ambrose. Do you have a piece of copper wire? I kind of forgot to get some.
Probably always.
And yeah, he kind of doesn't have the normal supplies, but he kind of like, he still has some of his clothing is still lined with copper, so he just like kind of pulls a piece from almost like he's pulling thread out.
That works. We forgot to just in case we need to contact Castian or each other. Forgot the prep for the singing.
Actually, Axel, your mic's doing a weird thing now, or is it just me?
I'm just being really quiet. It also might be crackling. I'll just fix that in a moment.
No worries.
But yeah. So now we can cast Sending. Should we try and find Castian?
You go do that.
Okay, I'll do that.
So as you guys... Oh, I'm sorry?
I was just gonna say this, because we need to get you ready.
So as you guys are sort of heading up, party's starting to split up a little bit. Certainly, luck with your higher wisdom now. You guys, you see it first sort of out of the corner of your eye. Out of this sort of dark chateau, you do see a contingent of tieflings. They are dressed in a almost like sort of an olden style. It looks very dated, even to your sort of not very fashion savvy, but just having been in Falcon's Crest, it does seem to be a very old style. It is sort of somewhat militaristic. Not necessarily that there's medals and things, but there's epaulets and things like that. The women and the men are dressed very similarly, and you see there's an older ambassador who is walking out. He is a sort of dark navy blue-skinned tiefling with sort of white horns that sort of sweep back and over. It almost looks right to the curvature of his head. And there are, along with this person, about 6 what look like bodyguards. They are armed, even though you are inside of this area. So when you guys see this, you kind of hear little bits of gasps and whisper. It gets very quiet as the tieflings, for the first time in all but 30 years, have arrived at Falcon's Crest.
Are they all like guarded, or is it just like, you know, there is that general guard surrounding that one person?
It is you do see some other tieflings there that seem to be sort of attachés, lesser people, but for the most part, the guard is paying attention. You see 2 of them sort of stay by the front door, so he only has 4 sort of right there with him as the procession out of the tiefling embassy makes its way.
I'm going to use my good old initiative of knowing how to mingle with the less than the common folk, and walk up to one of these lesser tieflings, seeing, you know, just taking the opportunity to make a scene, essentially.
You guys see Luck heading over towards the tiefling contingent. Anything you guys want to do?
Careful. Just mentally.
Luna's gonna. She's conflicted. She wants to. She's gonna try and grab Luck's arm real quick before he dashes off.
As you grab Luck's arm and sort of see where he's going, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no! Wisdom saving throw?
Yep.
This.
No. Unless I had advantage.
Nope. On a 5, you can't help but to let out a gasp. One of the bodyguards is Vey. She has not aged more than a decade, even though it has been 90 years since the time that you spent as a part, sort of was on a vision quest inside of her body.
Kind of, sort of like, it's like still staring at Vey, but leaning over her shoulder back at Iska. Iska, go get ready. I have to check something.
Iska, you recognize her too after Luna gasps.
Yeah, it's just eyes wide, but turns to Luna and just nods.
And then I guess Luna and Luck are heading towards them, but Luna's definitely towards Vey.
Okay. Luck, you're not heading towards the ambassador. You're heading towards sort of like one of the attachés or whatever.
So, yeah, one of the attachés. People he knows he can get in with.
Iska, as that happens, there's a weird, almost click in your mind, as though a clock somewhere has begun ticking at the appearance of the tieflings.
Something's happening mentally. It all starts here. Everyone, we have to just be on our best, act accordingly, act now, do what we have to do as quickly as possible, stay in touch, keep communicating.
Hearing that, Celia wants to be in the middle of the room so she can watch everything. So she looks at Vidar, and in his head he hears, "Ask me to dance." You're muted.
Looks to her straight away, arm in hand, and shall we dance? And gives a wonderful little bow and gesture to the dance floor. The center of the room.
she takes his hand and just in his mind he hears, "Take me to the middle of the dance floor so I can see everything."
Let's go.
So, Iska, Celia, we'll follow you guys. Axel, where are you going with? You going into the ballroom, or are you going over to the tieflings?
He's
Or are you
he's
going
gonna
to
be
mingle
looking
outside?
Castian.
Okay.
He's gonna look for Castian outside, but if he doesn't see him, he'll probably go in the ballroom.
Okay. Do me an investigation check.
I am just gonna roll flat investigation. 19.
On a 19, you look around. You don't see Castian out here, and in fact, you do see a few members of the Arcana Mystica out here, but no one of any import or higher levels here in the outside courtyard. It definitely seems to be sort of nobles on the looky-loo.
What was Barty's cover name again? Does someone remember?
Oh God, the one name I didn't pull from the damn thing. Stand by. I got it. I got it right here. I got it right
Sorry.
here. Nope.
I should've
I
known.
should know it off the top of my head.
And said you're wasting our time, Jay.
I am wasting. Oh darn! I'm wasting your time.
To drink. He's
So-
got enough
so-
pressure.
Celia, as we go to the dance floor, Peggy wrapped arms wrapped in together, dancing around. I pull down my metal mask so I can see from above spectral view.
Yep. Bartholomew Tillerson is the name that he is
Okay.
using.
Thank you.
Ambrose, meanwhile, is gonna kind of inconspicuously, kind of activate Lad's soul sensing or Argorite sensing abilities, just to start keeping an eye out in case anything gets picked up, whether
Okay.
thing.
Yeah. No. He is being in his stealth mode. His range is very short. But it is certainly on. I will let you know if it pings for you. So Axel, first thing, Vidar, you get a great view from 200 feet above. It is a big area. You can see the party. You can see all these people mingling around. You can see the procession still happening out behind you. But from up above, at 200 feet up, you're looking down on a very packed crowd of people who are wearing big outfits and dresses, etc. You do notice from above, just because they make quite a spectacular display, that the drow have now come through the gate. You see that actually the displacer beasts were polymorphed men who then turn into men who are escorting these high noble women. They sort of rode in on them, having been polymorphed into displacer beasts. You notice the enlarged carriers now have shrunken down and taken just the divan seat from the top of the barge and are carrying it at normal size in with this elderly drow woman, sort of a I don't know what it's called, but it comes all the way. No, her face is open, but it comes all the way around the sides on the hat. For those of you who watch Game of Thrones, she looks very much like, yeah. So they start coming up the walk behind you. So you do notice that, Vidar.
Did you know that the drow turn their men into mounts? I did not know that. So is that like normal? But anyway, they've made their way here.
Ambrose, you said. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Celia just thinks it's a matriarchal society. Men do whatever women want and can't complain.
That's okay. Interesting.
Ambrose, were you staying outside or going inside?
Muted.
You're muted.
Never.
For now, he's walking around the outside. He's trying to work his way around from the outside in, since Lad's range is so low.
Okay.
Everything he can to keep a low profile. Probably won't be dancing tonight.
Yeah, so you are sort of staying outside, mingling with the crowd, trying to blend in. And do me a stealth check. Yeah, you're in a big, gaudy cape and bright colors. Yeah, you maybe blend with all of the other gaudy things out here, but you also are kind of like circulating alone without a lot of etiquette. So we're gonna jump inside real quick before we come back outside for the tieflings.
Pretty.
So you guys, as you come in, you see this amazing ballroom. Iska, you immediately recognize it. Gilded columns, huge floral displays. It is filled with people and is ready for a celebration. There is extravagant food, again, amazing drink stations. There are fountains. You actually see in here that the stone shapers have made these incredible stone carvings, but the biggest thing that dominates the room is one whole side of it just opens out in a giant balcony about 30 feet, maybe 40 feet across, that leans out over the edge of the drop-off of the Falcon's Crest Plateau into a magnificent view of the Misty Moon Valley 4,000 feet below. You see your stage that is set up for outside on the balcony. And as you look around, you see people filing in. You see some folks that you recognize, others not, but are you heading into the ballroom or are you heading to your dressing room?
First and foremost, before we get too far away from each other, I do want to point out to the others that bit of information we gained from coming through the line, that the Hound Tongue Whip and Ambrose's inventions got 0 pings, meaning any clockwork invention will probably not be pinged. So there could be some of Bati, those things that attacked us, or any other invention of his could already be in here. And I have no idea how it would be possible, but we just saw a vision of a bunch of people being transported to like a fire realm to be set on fire. And in Iska's vision, she saw a ton of people covered in ice. I don't know how he could cover this place with runes or how any of that would be possible, but it's something to be aware of, that if one guy from Culverine thought this up years ago, it could happen again. So just as a heads up to keep an eye out for clockwork, anything. And then I think she'll do a quick sweep of the room, like just a brisk walk through it all before heading back to her dressing room.
Okay. As you do your brisk walk through, like I said, it looks like Beauregard, because they were a bit in front of you, he's already in here with some more of the contingent. You see Wallace Linfort, who you know, Lyndon Bandershanks, the people that you all met. They kind of give you a wave knowing that you are on the ticket, sort of saying hello to the talent that will be here tonight. You do see, sort of far on the very far end, you do see Castian. If Axel, you are sort of making the lap with Iska, you will see Castian, or she can let you know where he is. Vidar, Cilia, as you go out and spin across the dance floor, you can see what could only be Madame Veronica from the descriptions that you've heard from Luna about her. She's in a deep red dress of actually pretty modest cut for being a courtesan, but it sort of evokes the idea of roses and slow burning coals. It's almost as though it's enchanted, so that there's like embers that are floating up from it as she moves around the room. Definitely doing that, being a very social butterfly, going from groups to group, greeting people this early in the evening. but you actually do see, most all of you will recognize Sethander and the Lark's Frame, Ephraim Lark's Frame, and Sethander's mother, Lamarilla, have sort of found a little spot where they've gathered over near the balcony. And yeah, so that is you all's first impression there. We're going to come back inside now that we've set the lay there, to go with Luna and Luck as they head back towards the tieflings outside. They are marching with purpose. How would you like to approach them?
Directly.
I mean, are you just going to the closest not ambassador or
Yes.
bodyguard? So yeah, Luck, you just sort of go marching forward, and as you are watching with purpose, you see this tiefling. Seems to be sort of a younger male tiefling. Has sort of a purplish skin tone to him, not as dark as you recall Valtorian having. It's sort of much more of a lavender skin. And as you sort of like march by him, he like reaches forward to the bodyguard in front of him, because you look like you are coming, and you are a big guy looking like you are coming and have business. They know that they're not particularly welcome many places in the world right now. And the bodyguard sort of comes out and sort of blocks you. It is not Vey who sort of blocks Luck.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. I mistook him for. I swear he was someone else. I thought he was a friend of mine. His name's Valtorian. I have hung around my tieflings before, and I just wanted to give them a greeting. I'm aware of their past and thought a friendly handshake would be a good start.
Do a persuasion check.
Come on, good roll. 14.
On a 14, they sort of look you up and down and go, there will be greetings once we're inside the ballroom.
Yeah.
You can do your greetings there, sir. And the bodyguard sort of doesn't put hands on you, but is not going to let you through as the sort of this small procession moves forward. Luna, what are you doing with Vey?
Luna, I guess that's the question. Can she in fact approach me? Because that's who she's going toward. She's not like super striding toward, because she's still sort of in awe. Like she's still trying to figure out, how the hell are you here?
Yep.
But she's kind of, gliding in her way there. She's still.
You actually see Vey at first think you're coming for the ambassador and sort of blocks your way, and then when she realizes she's coming towards you, she's, "Can I help you?"
How are you here?
Do an insight check with advantage, because you know who she is and she doesn't know who you are.
Sure. 19?
On a 19, you see worry flash across her face before it covers up that, to act like she doesn't know what you're talking about.
You and I both. We'll go. Sorry.
She was just gonna say, "You're mistaken."
No, and then she's gonna then her eyes are gonna harden a little bit. No, I am not. I know you, Vey Easter.
At that name, she's gonna do a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh.
On a 26, she looks at you very hard, as though she is holding her sword, and perhaps magic as well, and goes, "Leave now." In
Do-
You and I both know what happened. I need to know how you're here.
do me another persuasion.
Can I use courtesan?
You can use again, this is, I don't think you're intimidating her. I think you're persuading her, and you can use,
I'm persuading her, yeah, because like she
You can
kind of
use-
like has
you
her
can
hands
use
out. She's
courtesan.
not trying to attack her.
Yeah,
like she looks intense, but she's not trying to attack
you
her.
can use courtesan.
Okay.
Come on.
Come on, good. You know
Good
what?
roll.
I will burn the advantage from chat. Thank you, chat.
We love you, chat.
Chad.
Come on.
14.
On a
Ooh.
14,
Do I have? No, I don't have anything.
on a
That's really good for
14,
her.
she looks at you, and hearing your words, she is still biting through her teeth, and she's just, "Not right now." And you see now the ambassador and the other tieflings are all looking at Vey very strangely. Do me another insight check. This time not
Okay.
with advantage.
All right, fair enough.
Mm.
Ah! Dang it!
On an 8, they seem very concerned that you have stopped this procession and that there is going to be a problem here.
Do I see this?
Yeah, Luck, you see this.
He's like sort of backing away from the bodyguard, and it's like, oh, I'll deal with that as he sort of walks over. Luna, there you are. You're wandering again. Aren't you supposed to be with Iska? Come on. We
Luna-
can greet them on the inside.
She'll look to they and say, and kind of actually like touch it because they let her keep it. So she will activate the one that smiles. I will find you later. Kind of go with Luck.
Yes, I've been informed we can talk to them on the inside. Let us go.
Yeah, and she looks to you and goes, "No, I'll find you." So you guys head in.
Yeah, I guess.
Ambrose, do me an Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Ambrose, do me an investigation check as you make your rounds.
Sniff out that body, son of a gun.
On a 19, you have pretty much made a spectacle of yourself as you have walked in like close invading people's space of everyone outside, and Lad has
Hey.
detected nothing.
Hey, how you doing? All right. I've invaded everyone's personal space at the party and found one.
So
He's intent.
you are
Go ahead.
blocked by many a bodyguard along the way, like around the drow and the tieflings, but pretty much all of the looky-loos out here you've got covered.
Got it.
Oops,
All right.
wrong music.
He'll start making his way inside as well.
Okay. So, back inside, Iska, as you, again, seeing all these different people and faces. Tristan is right there beside you because you're the talent. Even though he's scared of Luna, he wants to make sure that you're taken care of. Do me, if you want to if you want to investigate people a little bit more in here, or perception, whichever, depending on how close you want to get with folks. On 11, you get a tap on the shoulder as you're looking around the other ways. You get a tap on the shoulder that you're not expecting, kind of is surprising to you. And in front of you, you see a member of the Arcana Mystica in their robes. And the thing that sort of shocks you is what a resemblance they have to someone you know. They remind you greatly as probably maybe a brother of Nathaniel, Florian's manservant, from back in Sojourn's Crossing. And he's obviously a low-level member of Arcana Mystica, sort of well-cut but probably like issued uniform for this event, and he just goes, you Iska?
That's me, Iska Toll, and you are...
Christopher Farnell. I think you've met my brother. He
Nathaniel, of course.
Yes. He told me how wonderful your song is. So you're performing Children of the Children tonight. He was quite enwrapped. He wrote letters and letters about me. He kind of like starts pulling back. It's almost like, he's kind of like a fanboy. Pulls out letters.
Is Astra still with me? Is Astra still with me?
Astra is still with you, yes.
At that, I like look to Astra and just like, just a quick like shake of the head. No.
Yeah, and Astra's very laid back.
Yeah.
Inspiration for Vidar from
Nice.
Hawkeye. Thank you so
Hawkeye.
much. Astra is very, Astra's chill. He's just sort of like gives a smile and almost kind of gives him a pat on the shoulder and goes, "I'm Astra," and then puts his arm around your shoulders.
So is there anything I can do for you right now, Christopher? Anything you need to say? Or?
I was hoping you were going to be singing Children of the Children, and just wanted to say I'm a fan.
Absolutely. You'll be here tonight, right?
Oh, yes, I'm running errands. Actually, I probably should. I'm not supposed to. Bye!
Okay, well...
And you see Tristan give him like a really hard look as he runs away. Obviously, Tristan outranking him in some way. I'm sorry. Yes, would you like to get your dressing room, or do you need to decompress after having to deal with that? I apologize.
Just a few minutes of decompression. I'm gonna go catch up with some of my friends and just let them know where I'm going. Okay, just a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And she'll go try to catch up with Axel.
You find Axel pretty easily. Axel, were you perusing the room as well?
Once Cassian was pointed out and this happened, he sort of just was waiting just off to the side, so just waiting for Iska.
So you guys can meet up for a moment if you'd like.
And to talk to Cassian?
I think we should.
You gonna stay here, or do you wanna probably stick together?
Yeah, we'll stick together. Let's go talk to him. I can relay what I've seen. I don't know how to explain it, how it came.
Yeah, you probably know better than me. Just warning sort of stuff. I don't know how worried he's going to be. Let's go around and keep an eye out on Vidar and Azame.
Yep,
for sure.
So Vidar and Izame, you are out dancing in the center. You see just sort of the flood of people now coming in. The tieflings have entered, have sort of gone over to what looks to be a little bit like a reserved spot for them, just so that they've got sort of a safe space. But as they come in, probably in the mass of people, Luck and Luna are coming sort of in this mass. You then have the entry of the tiefling contingent where they sort of part the folks to get them to where they need to go. And Axel and Iska, you all can head over to Castian, and you see the Dragonborn, Benvardi, the bronze Dragonborn, is standing there with them. You see his drake Gustav around his neck.
Castian, good to see you. He walks over, offers out a hand. Handshake.
The high elf blade singer of the Falcon Guard shakes your hand and sort of gives you a nod.
To you and Benvardi, could we talk a moment, Cassian? Just out of the way a bit. Just the three of us.
And,
he indicates to Iska and
yes, we'll be right back, Benvardi. And he sort of pulls you over to the side. Benvardi starts talking up Astra, or Astra starts talking up Benvardi, because he knows Gustav.
Yeah. So, what are you playing any role in the security of this event?
As much as we have jurisdiction. Many of the contingents and attendees have their own security measures, but certainly the Talon God is always
there's just something we're worried about. He looks over to Iska.
You told us we could come to you if we needed something or learned something, right?
Of course.
And
if there's much
you know us, things are a little weird with us.
understatement.
Something happened, something came to me, a vision, a premonition, call it what you will, but it rings as if it's going to happen, and it's so vivid in my mind what could go down tonight. And she will relay the vision to him as best she can, every aspect of it. And instead of using the name Bati, we'll use
Bartholomew.
Sorry, Axel asked about it earlier.
Yeah, Bartholomew.
Yeah, and probably leave out exactly like who's who amongst us in those scenes, but just say that the Driders. There's a Drider attack. There is a mysterious assassin. There's this wave of ice covering people. Just relay that.
Okay. So he sort of looks at you and goes, "Well, some of that makes sense. I think there's much strange that has happened recently around Falcon's Crest, even more so than what you may be aware of. There had been rumors that the windstorm was not of natural origin, and we've come to believe that, in fact, something was, in fact, snuck in through the Zephyr gateway down in the Knot. During that time, the Arcana Mystica sent divination wizards to see if they could divine what it was, but they were able to detect nothing. But it was strange in its own right that the Arcana Mystica and their diviners, for the movement of something that would have left the marks that it did, wouldn't be able to be divined by magical means. It is strange. And he looks to you and goes, "Well, how much do you know about Drow?" And he gives sort of a smile.
Looks at Axel.
Not much more than the one that we met in the inn.
And the Drow contingent has now come in, and if there's anything with a Dryda, as you speak of, the Drow contingent would be the most knowledgeable about that. The ambassador, Madame Audrenois, is prickly, but honest. And as you look over there, Iska, you actually do see among the Drow contingent Monsieur Malvert and Monsieur Valsois from the Tailor. Both of them are part of the contingent of the Drow.
Mental message to Celia that those people are here.
Yes, Celia, your back was sort of facing the other way when the Drow sort of came in, and as soon as you have Vidar give you a spin, sure enough, there is Monsieur Malvert and Monsieur Valsois, both the purple pimpin' hat guy and the gentleman who was working in the front for the Obsidian Order.
He's wearing the hat, right? That's a very important question.
He is not wearing the hat tonight. He is wearing a smaller, more decorative hat, but it is a purple hat.
She's gonna make a point. She says, she looks to Vidar and he hears in his mind, "Make sure they see me."
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So
Let's add some flair to it then.
So do me a performance check as you give Celia a spin to bring attention to yourselves.
Oh yeah.
On a 23, it's all eyes on you as this beautiful blue dress that has the cloak of Elvenkind, and as it sort of flares out, it almost becomes this illusionary mist that goes around it as the cloak of Elvenkind magic is sort of invoked, and so there's almost like this mist of shadow around it as it also happens. And you know,
dancing around.
It doesn't take much for you to notice being noticed by Monsieur Valsois particularly.
A few decorative 12s casting a precipitation for some light. Real subtle. Just real subtleness.
Celia will kind of subtly like send a signal towards the drow, letting him know that she knows that he noticed her.
Okay. Yeah. You message sent. Iska, Axel, anything else you'd like to discuss with Castian?
Real quick mental note to everyone that the information we learned of that the madam is the leader of the ambassador for the drow. The drider, if it's from anywhere, would be from the drow probably. And also a note to Celia that we only got our stuff because Iska bluffed about the lady, and the lady could very well refer to this ambassador. So if there is an assassination plot, that the drow are right now could be very likely to be the ones behind it, and the only reason they gave Celia the assassination stuff was because they thought the ambassador approved it.
We're gonna go back to Luke. Oh.
I'm just going to keep an eye out for anyone who has silver hair from above, just to try to see if I can,
Yeah, it's from 200 feet above, so you're above the roof. So you,
or if anyone on the roof.
Yeah,
anyone.
Well, and when you put it on, I mean, you're going to be at disadvantage for everything else because you're blind when you have that on.
I rolled the 23.
Well, still a 23 with your performance, but yeah, if you're keeping that mask on, you are all but blind in your own space because you can't even see yourself from above with it.
Oh, well then.
Yeah, you probably would have taken it off coming inside. I had assumed you had.
I will. Let's make that assumption.
Yeah. Luna, Luck. The tieflings make their way in. You all sort of held back, and then you come in with this huge sort of flood of people. This is y'all's first coming into the room. At your appearance, you pretty immediately, Luna, are approached by Sathander, who comes up and goes, I know you're probably busy, but if you'd like to join me and my family, we've got room. And he sort of motions to a spot sort of over across the ballroom.
Luna will briefly look at, so just entering, do I see where the tieflings ended up or no?
Yes, you do see that tieflings ended up, like I said, sort of in not a place of honor. It's sort of like an alcove that they are in about midway in the ballroom, pretty much directly across from the balcony.
Okay, so she will briefly kind of look that way and then look back slightly down to Sathander. I would be honored to join your family.
As you walk across the room, it's become very crowded in here now. I need you to make a perception check.
Okay. I'm not doing great today, so we'll see. 10.
On a 10, you can't make out everything. You only see from across the room, it's more of a something that doesn't belong. There is, above this sea of people with amazingly ornate and incredible outfits and hats an old crumpled felt hat across. Someone is wearing across the room.
Okay. She will. Will she basically have to change trajectory to head towards that hat, or?
She would.
So what she'll do is she will walk back with Sathander to his family, do a greeting, and then head towards the hat.
Okay. Luck, what do you do? Do you go over with Sathander, or where do you head to?
Currently it's very busy, right? So
Yes.
any familiar faces or?
Tons of them. Literally people from all around town. You see the Linforts over there and their group. You see you see Castian. You see the Tieflings over on one side. The Drow have come in. You see lots and lots of Genasi consorts here. None that you recognize because I don't think you've had a whole lot of contact with them. But yeah, there is a whole bunch of sort of familiar faces, kind of faces around town of some of the places that you've seen. Not anyone necessarily from like the Iron Gnome or anything like that. No.
To be expected.
Yeah.
Does Malver look like he's occupied with something?
He is over there with the Drow. He does not look like he's occupied. He's sort of just making small talk and chat. The Drow are blending somewhat in with, they aren't like in their own little spot. They are mixing and mingling.
Then, sort of keeping an eye on Luna's location, just because he knows sort of there is something going on with her and the woman.
Okay.
I don't. He's just sort of going to sort of slowly and casually make his way to Malver, and probably being as loud as possible again, making a scene like he usually does to sort of Malver. I knew you would show up.
Bonjour, my friend. Luck, old heart. Come, meet. You must meet all my friends here. And he takes you and starts introducing you to all the Drow. He goes, this is. He introduces you to the ambassador. Says, this is Madame Audrin Noir. She is our esteemed ambassador who has been representing the Drow for almost 750 years. And here is some more of our my compadres who are here. This is Monsieur Valsois, the greatest tailor of all of the Knight's Kingdom. And he just goes and starts introducing you around to everyone.
Sort of, definitely sort of trying to maybe try and get on the good side of the ambassador as well. Sort of, a pleasure, ma'am. You must tell me more about how you do your job so wonderfully.
She sort of looks at you. She goes, "Oh, well, aren't you nice? Really, what I would really like is if someone just gets me some damn brandy." And she sort of yells over her shoulder, "And don't tell me I can't have it. I will be fine." And she's kind of prickly, and she's like, "Can you believe all of these shits who've gathered here for this?"
A lot of them do seem a little out of my range. I'm here on recommendation rather than my standing.
Well, thank God for that. And she, some brandy shows up, and she goes, "What? Is there no hospitality in all of the Drow Kingdom? You didn't bring 2 glasses?" And you start having drinks with the Drow ambassador.
I think as a sign of good faith, just so she probably can, last out the night with drinking and no one can tell her not, he'll just sort of push over the potion or the poison resist.
Like you're taking it, or?
No, he's pushing it over to the ambassador.
Oh, she looks down at you and goes, "You obviously don't know what being an ambassador for 700 years does to your tolerance, Sonny. Because again, you look young.
Oh
Very
yeah.
young.
Oh, he's
Yes,
sort of
and that's fine to
like-
forget yourself because so yeah, she's just like she goes, so have at it then, and starts drinking with you. Iska, you see Luck head over to the drow, and at first in your head it almost gets to like a spike, and then as soon as you see him start lifting glasses with the drow ambassador, it just more of that tension releases out of your head.
Look, you crazy bastard. You're doing good.
We now go over to Luna. As you approach this figure with a floppy hat sort of across the crowd. Go ahead.
And before she, walks Xander back to his family, she would have, whispered down to him primordial, something might happen tonight. I need you to be careful. I know what you're capable of. Stay sharp.
Okay. So Sithander just sort of looks at you and gives a nod and goes, I've had time to rest. I'll be ready.
Good.
As you walk towards, again, this figure that's sort of walking away from you with this floppy felt hat, I need you to make another perception check.
I'm doing so bad at these. 14?
On a 14, there's a familiarity, but you can't place it until you're all but with an arm's reach of this person. They're sort of walking away from you, looking like they are lost or confused.
Okay. I guess Luna will just... Excuse me. Do I know you? Trying to basically get him to turn around so she can look.
The figure turns around, and it's Dustin. And he looks at you and goes, Luna? Where am I?
Dustin, what are you doing here?
An old man stopped us on the road to Providence and said that I needed to fetch someone important that needed guarding and training. But I didn't know I was finding you.
This is... an old man?
Yes, he gave me his hat.
Okay, do we remember a hat from something? I don't
St.
remember.
Cuthbert.
Oh. Like, so she's gonna like kind of look very confused for a second and then touch there. Oh. I do not know why you are here exactly, but it is good to see you. And she's gonna rest her hand on his shoulder and then actually quickly take it back and pretend like she didn't do that.
And he puts his hand on her shoulder and goes, it's good to see you. And then kind of checking himself goes, everyone's doing well. Landon is studying with Stroth as getting his learning religion and scroll keeping. I think Stroth would like him to be a paladin one day, but he is staying true to St. Cuthbert and to his studies to be a cleric. Melinda and Roland are doing well. Tian realized how woefully undereducated the children were, so Tian's giving them lessons every day. But it's a slow going. Volturian has been able to keep us well hidden, and as being a druid, has helped us with food and surviving, and he just kind of keeps smiling at you.
And she... And her mouth is kind of twitching, like she's trying to smile, and then like, no, that looks weird. Does it look weird? No, it's a weird smile. No, I.
It's quite a party here.
Yes.
You.
And then, then seeing him again, thinking about it, just and then a little more somber. Dustin, if I have something to tell you. I think I know where Lily is.
His eyes just pop open and goes, alive.
Yes. It was a brief glance, but I think I know where she is. Alive.
He just starts to smile. He grabs you in a huge, tearful hug and goes, can you find her? Can you get to her?
But I think we can. It will not be easy, though. Because, and if it is her, and I think it is, she is with them.
The temple.
Assuming that he will.
Yeah. Well, if anyone can get her, I'm sure it's you and your friends. Are all of you here?
Yes. And sort of again, this is she's very much going on impulse, grabbing his face, my job is not done until I bring her home to you. And I'll use everything within me to do that.
I don't know how to repay you other than, as I said, this man said there was someone I was supposed to take with me and keep them safe. Someone who was a part of all this.
I did meet a young Genasi boy while I was here. It's a Thunder. I don't know if that's who it was meant, but Thunder is most certainly a part of this. As is Lily.
That must be it then. Well, he looks around at this incredible party and looks at you. You look beautiful tonight, Luna. I'm sure you're busy, but perhaps you have time for a dance.
Yeah. Very stilted, nodding.
Yeah. And he gently takes you by the hand and leads you out onto the dance floor.
Saying she has disadvantage on all her dancing rules.
You were taught to dance with your courtesan rules. If you'd like to do a roll for courtesan skills to see how it goes.
Yeah, did we decide? So would that be courtesan?
It's courtesan.
Okay, courtesan, okay.
Yep, that counts as courtesan.
18.
With an 18, it's almost as though as your mind sort of sinks into the fact that Dustin is somehow here, you forget the 1,500 seems like steps that Celine had taught you, and you all, like ice, slide and beautifully make your way around the dance floor. As all of you are looking around, Iska, you head back to your changing room.
I'm guessing if time is pretty tight here and I'm running out, yeah, she will head back cautiously. She'll say a goodbye to Axel and Astra and follow the little assistant.
Yep. Luck. The Drow ambassador looks at you for a moment, sort of looks down at what looks like a very ornate pocket watch, and she'll go, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back. And she sort of gives a nod to Valsois and starts to head out the front of the ballroom, and has excused herself.
Look will remain seated as she's requested, and sort of just probably gets another few. Tries to get another bottle ready.
Oh yeah, and Malvar comes over and goes, "Lock Goldheart, you old dog, you!" And he starts giving you a hard time. And Iska, as you go out into the hallway, you see the Drow ambassador look to left and right, and then discreetly sneak into a room across from your changing room.
Like, okay. Is there anyone else in this hallway besides my assistant?
You and Tristan.
Tristan, would you go ahead and make sure the room is prepared? Before I go in, I'm sorry, I'm a bit high maintenance. Please make sure everything is tidy and according. Please go on now.
Yes,
I'll be there in just a moment.
Of course. Yes, but you're not nearly as bad as she. Oh, I'm sorry, and runs off. Yeah.
And then I just want to approach the door that the ambassador went into, and basically just kind of try to listen in, just in the silence of the hallway. Try to
do me a perception check.
What do I have to burn? I'm gonna burn something. What do I have to burn? I'm gonna burn an advantage. Oh my gosh!
You lean in.
Dichotomy!
Wow. You lean in, and from within the room, you hear chitinous sort of clacking, as though very similar to Charlotte, actually, when she would walk on stone. Your spider mount that you had for a short time.
Drider's back here. The ambassador is with the Drider. And I just want to explain the how we got here, the exact room it is, all that kind of thing I can mentally. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Just explaining how to get back here. Remind me again, Falcon's Crest with the Talon Guard, they can just sense when magic happens, essentially, right?
Depending on the magic and what it is and whether they're concerned about it.
Axel's gonna immediately relay it to Castian.
Yes. Oh, yes. Perfect.
Because he's still with Castian.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yep.
the Drow ambassador is in. Yeah, basically all the information that Iska, all the things leading up to it, and that
so
he is back there.
Castian looks at Axel and looks at Benvardi and starts heading to where Iska has said it is. Iska, what do you do? Do you on the natural 20, I'll say you just even all but accidentally, as you're listening in, can feel that the door is unlocked.
We're on our way, by the way.
Oh, so you are on your way?
Yeah, with Castian and Benvardi.
Get here quickly. And she will open the door.
Ooh.
And just kind of start saying now I expect this to be fully stocked. This is supposed to be my and then just kind of stop as soon as she sees what's inside.
And as you look in, you see a Drider, a huge spider body, and their human form is Madame Audrenois. And she looks at you and goes, "Oh, don't be alarmed, my dear. Just an old woman adjusting her bustle. Quite frankly, I've seen what you humans look like down there when you get old, and honestly, it's far more terrifying than this. Can still bounce a cold piece off my thorax," and she pops a coin and grabs it.
I'm so sorry. It's the wrong room. That is incredibly impressive, though. That's amazing. Just the coin trick.
You see her drink back a potion, probably a potion of polymorph, and whoom, and you see her there, and she goes, "Have a nice evening, dear.
You too.
Good luck
You
on
too.
your performance."
Thank you so much. Closes the door. The ambassador is the Drider. The ambassador is the Drider. The ambassador is the Drider. Oh, God. Start walking to her dressing room.
You just hear in the back saying, Kind of in a bit too deep for that.
As you say that and relay it to everyone, and certainly her reaction, you feel a snarl seem to come undone, as though perhaps you've prevented a misunderstanding of some sort.
Yes!
Okay.
So,
Wait, so are you supposed to be concerned or not?
I don't think so. I think we're good. It's just the tapestry's good now. I think it's fine.
You're sort of simultaneously sort of saying it out loud so that Cassian can hear what he's presume his
The
side of the
rambling.
communication. So he's at least getting an idea across to them what might be happening.
So, Iska, you notice the time, and it is almost time for your performance. About 2 minutes and 35 seconds until you go
Do I
on.
realize the time too?
Let's see, what would it be for you to remember, even though you were being swept off your feet by Dustin? Do me a
But I also said I needed him to protect somebody, and I haven't done that intro yet.
So do me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Come on.
12?
On a 12, I was thinking it was about a 12, so we'll say it's more time has elapsed than you thought had, but you realize it's almost a performance. I mean, you are a professional.
Just like, so this is kind of like, she's just starting to almost full spell, just like, the performance. And then she's just gonna kind of quickly grab Dustin's hand, do a quick intro, just like, Sathander, Dustin, Sathander, I have to go. Boom.
So yeah, Iska, you've kind of like, how is Luna not here? How is Luna not?
And just ice slide.
Yeah, down the nice hallway, like whoosh, a slide, and at Iska's door, and Iska, Luna, it's almost showtime.
All right. And then Luna's gonna do like some last minute fussing, do the little ice accentuating to the hair and whatnot. All right, you have this. It's gonna be great. Dustin's here. It's gonna be great. You have this.
I have this. I had Dustin's here. Dustin's here?
It's gonna be great. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
All right. Remember your blocking. Use. Let everything else float away.
We've got this. And she turns to walk to the stage, but before she does, she stops and turns and approaches Luna and gives her a hug and whispers into her ear, I love you. And goes towards the stage.
So, you hear the sort of everything else gets a little bit more quiet in the room, and Iska, you are, your stage is actually out on this sort of across from the balcony, so that people could stand out there. It is pretty much in the center of the room. It is a spot that has been cleared for you so that you can be seen pretty much in 360 by everyone, and there is a smattering of applause. You're kind of unknown, in fact, for this, and as you come to stand in this spot, you think of a different vision. You remember hearing about your father in a room full of well-dressed people being laughed at and laughed off the stage, and how it was his last performance in Falcon's Crest. Tell me about how you're going to do this.
Come to the center of the stage, and knowing that the last time Atoll was here, he was publicly disgraced due to whether his own bad performance or to the interference of an arch nemesis. So she will stride to the center of the stage, kind of lockstep, very prim and proper, and she'll look around at everyone here, nod a few times in different directions, and announce proudly, "My name is Iskatol, and it is a pleasure to perform for you all tonight." And she will draw the bow, and as she does, that material Luna made, rippling with the effects, she will begin very fanciful, as the other performers here have, very classical, very by the book. And 20, 30 seconds into this first song, she will begin to play with the known melodies. She will loosen that knot of prim and properness and begin to show off her real ability, her real skill, her real enthusiasm she brings to music, and turn something that was once very highbrow, very note to note, into something full of life and full of love.
And yes, this evening has been full of music of Falinari, and now bringing a little bit of your high mount style and what you've learned on the road. And for this, are you going right into Children of the Children, or are you?
No.
Yeah. So tell me about how you build up do me your first performance check and tell me how you build your audience.
This is just like when she performed at MIMS, essentially. This first track is supposed to be a slow build into a massive release to try to hype up the energy.
Okay.
Very slowly, so it's not just straight wow, like loud in your face, but get people to understand the gala has begun, the ball has truly begun. If you're not on the dance floor, get there now.
Okay.
So
Go ahead and do me a performance check as you try to get this going. And Iska,
oh my God.
Iska, as you read a room like nobody, you take this room that was very, very sort of staid, and suddenly get it going, taking some of that energy from outside, some of those pieces of music, some of that, and you see people starting this very sort of prim and proper room become alive. It's the Solstice celebration. There are beautiful flowers. There are sunflowers everywhere. This is a time to celebrate the sun, to celebrate the harvest, to celebrate the beauty. And what was a very staid room has now come alive. You see people, instead of doing their very standard prim and proper ballroom, rehearsed dances. In fact, the courtesans are the first to get the room going, and you see the elements begin to dance around the room: fire, water, air, the glimmering of the earthen genasi's sort of gemstone hair begins to catch the sunlight as the sun begins to go down and sort of is beaming in across the room down upon you, as your performance was perfectly timed so that the sun, as it's dipping below the roof of the balcony, you basically are spotlight by the sun itself. How do you move on with your performance? You will have advantage on your next performance check.
Oh, heck yeah. Again, just what she's learned as a performer. She keeps this energy going for a few songs, keeps people lively and into it. And when she starts to notice the dance floor beginning to dip, energy beginning to dip, she transfers into more slow songs, kind of conversational music, that sort of thing, where it's not, she is demanding attention. It's still pleasant, amazing music, but allows more, hey, go refill your drinks, have some conversations, more mingle as opposed to dance.
Okay. Go ahead and make that next performance check with advantage.
Inspiration mulligan?
Let's burn a mulligan.
Okay.
And that's, yeah.
Go ahead and burn mulligan.
Holy cow. Hey.
You turned the room a little too quick, but you quickly are able to recover. and you actually sort of transpose it sort of back to that familiar place where you were, very similar to what the music has been like tonight, which sort of is fulfilling its purpose. So how are you going to regain this room? What is your plan, and how are you going to fit in Children of the Children?
I think the plan is to close with children.
Okay.
Let me know when we're running out of performances. And
I'm saying it's what we can do with either. Again, you're able to end your performance early, as we were at MIMS, or you can go up to 4 performance checks. So
that's 2 so far.
You've done 2. At 4, you're going to start losing their interest, because everyone's here to hear your song. You know,
let's ride this sucker out. No, let's ride the sucker out. This hasn't been 91 episodes in the making for nothing. Let's do all 4.
Okay.
Yeah, she has moved on from just turning the classics into something more jaunty to full on. God, I'm so nervous. I'm forgetting where I'm from. Even
High Mount.
High Mounts, full on High Mount jaunts, and now it's just kind of the like, oh, so you guys don't want to like slow down and talk? Great, we are gonna get to dancing, and we'll do like full on just jaunty High Mount music. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
15.
On a 15, you are able to gain the group back. You use some of the songs from outside, and again, you find that the Genasi courtesans are assisting you in this. They know Luna, they know who you are, and so they are helping you to make this room yours, and they sort of build again towards this sort of dancing place. And how do you want to do your last check?
Hold out a long sustained note for this last kind of drinking tavern song. Really just,
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Sustain it for a moment, and then just a short nod, and say, I want to thank you all for being with us here tonight. This has been an event like none other before it. I have one song left, and this is a song I've written not only for this certain event, but for very, very certain people in my life. This song is about our friends, the Genasi, but please understand it is a song of understanding between all of us. And she nods towards the tiefling consort as well.
Okay. I will say that as you did this speech, the Genasi in the crowd, the courtesans, are going to support this in every way. So I will give you advantage for this last one, as you have moved them to assist you in this last song.
And
Come on. I just did want to say that Look would try to get the dear Madame Drow onto the dance floor with him for this last song.
She's enough in her cups that she would get up.
Nice.
yes. And she will play the ballad written in remembrance of the Genasi who cannot have children of their own. She will play Children of the Children. We'll see what happens.
On a 22, it is a beautiful. Describe it to us.
It is,
as you see
once
these
again,
Genasi all around you, dancing on the floor, beautiful dresses, a part of this society, not apart from it.
It's different than the last time she played it. Actually, it is very more. She sustains the notes for much longer. She draws out every single breath of emotion she has within her to convey this story of an adoptive Genasi mother and the child she brings into her life and the love between the two of them. She channels every single feeling of goodwill she has between herself and Luna to make this story come to life and burn something even in the most cold-hearted. She does everything she possibly can to convey a message of love and compassion to every single person in this room.
And on 22, you do. you see many of the Genasi courtesans are openly moved, some of them in tears, both male and female. You see the tieflings, as they were known for mixing the styles of both Highmount and Falinari, and this song has mixed those two musical styles, sort of a weird type of blending of these two schools that have been apart for so many years. Nod in appreciation. What's the rest of the party doing as this song is played by Iska?
Luna's sort of doing her, the not quite the typical flourish, but the flourish at the end where it sparkles from her hair.
Yeah.
And she's gonna wait till Iska's coming off to the side of the stage before she really does.
Dustin has come over to you, and
then he sees she's crying.
Dustin has come over to you and puts his arm around your waist and sort of gives you a sort of side hug as you look up at Iska.
Okay. She's leaning her head on him. He's crying.
Ambrose, we haven't checked in with you for a while. What are you up to? Other than going and trying to evade everybody.
He's still skulking around, the outside of the ballroom. But this is the first time Ambrose has ever actually seen Iska perform, and especially on that last one, he was pretty moved and got pretty distracted from what he was originally, from his skulking around, and pretty serious goosebumps.
How about everyone else, other than just Iska performing?
Vidar moves in closer with Celia, hands around waist, and just looking towards Iska and join the sight. Gives her a big kiss on the cheek. It's truly wonderful to actually hear, like, the feeling in the music from this. It's when Ishkrin heard it, it was just senses picking up noise, but now, like, it's true feeling. It's incredible.
Iska, the sun is now sort of dipped below the balcony outside, so it's now shining sort of up into the gilded ceiling. And you look around and take this all in. Any special thoughts as you end your performance before you leave the stage? As you're coming to those last notes and finishing up, seeing your friends around you.
I hope wherever they are, whatever's happened to either of them, my father and my mother could somehow feel this moment, could somehow feel this energy. And I think of them both and look towards each member of my party just with a smile that we've reached this moment, and so far, so good.
So you look around as you are finishing up the song, and this moment sort of is frozen in your mind. And then you realize it is frozen. Everyone comes to a stop around you, and the music hangs in the air. There's only one sound that remains. The sound of clockworks ticking in this cavernous room. All the faces in the crowd turn toward you, and there's a pregnant pause as individuals in the crowd begin to speak. Without remorse she cuts the threads among the salt where none dare tread. From circled stones where eyes went blind, a tropos measure you now will find. Kept by spirits of shadow and bone, summoned by blood from within the stone. The tune of souls and ravens' flight, they sing the strains of the waltz of night. Iska, you see a single figure running through the frozen forms of the crowd, a lone silhouette dashing towards the balcony. It's Nathaniel's brother, Christopher. He gives you a glance over his shoulder, and you see the glint of one golden eye. And he flashes you a wicked smile and keeps running towards the guardrail. As recognition hits you, the room unfreezes, all the guests and your party acting as if nothing has happened. What would you like to do?
Quick mental message. The young boy looked like Nathaniel back from Sojourn's Crossing, running towards the balcony. Someone get to him now. That's Bati. Go now.
Celia is like
Luna's button.
fucking on fast.
Is this
Step of the wind,
that
all that.
method
Oh, yeah.
that Ambrose can hear as well, or is that only with him?
No, because you're connected by the sword. By the time you all have, nothing had occurred to you until this snap of Iska's voice in your head. Iska, from where you're standing in the center of the room, you see Bati fully unveiled, standing on the balcony guardrail, looking across the room directly at you. His voice carrying like he's speaking right there in your ear. Ah, Iska, the Song of Souls. I believe this one is fated for me. And he leaps backward off the rail out into the sky, and you see him fall out of sight below the guardrail. Rest of you guys, where are y'all running to? As you see Bati unveiled and jump off the balcony backwards.
Luna's heading that way.
Yep. Celia's running that way.
Ambrose drops Lad and sends him, on his way, falling behind him. But I believe Lad is faster than Ambrose.
Like I said, Luna is step of the winning. So.
Yep, you guys reach all the way across there. It's about 30 feet across the balcony to get where Bati was, and you hear... Go ahead, Axel.
Axel started off in that direction, but then he started and went for the tieflings to try and see if something was happening there.
Okay.
Luck is going to remain next to the Madam's side as the song has come to an end, just because he... Dryder, we know she's a Dryder. Something's happened with her, so.
Yeah.
But I was going to stay inside of Iska.
So, Iska, what are you doing?
So we just saw him jump over the edge.
Yes.
Is there any possibility of this happening? And feel free to say no. Is there any way I can cast Wind Wall over that edge? I saw him try to drop. My whole idea is it makes a line that pushes air upwards. I kind of just want to have some resistance to keep him
You
from
can,
falling.
you can certainly try. You are the only person who had the surprise round. What is the range on it though?
120 feet.
You could cast it out there into the sky.
So
he jumps
after
off
she,
the balcony, off the cliff.
Yep, off the balcony, off the cliff.
so as she finishes, she does like one last big flourish, and kind of trying to make this seem as if it's like, oh, just a cool effect to like blow wind through like the balcony or something. She casts Wind Wall, trying to meet Bati's falling with some resistance to keep him from truly escaping.
As he jumps, you do see sort of his hair blow up, but it still sort of falls below the balcony. So, Axel, you see the tieflings. Can't quite figure out why the six of you, because no one else knows what's going on, are running towards the the couple of people of you running towards the balcony. Luck, the Drow ambassador, just kind of looks at you and she goes, well, that was a lovely song, no, it wasn't? And takes another drink of her brandy. Vidar, you were saying you were running to the balcony. Luna running to the balcony. No.
I'm staying in the dance floor by the stage near Iska in case anything goes bad there.
Okay, so
Celia's
Iska.
running for the balcony.
Okay. You have a full view of the balcony, what's going on. Luna, you ran. I'm sorry, Celia, you just said yes, you ran. Celia, Luna, as you get there.
Sisters are on it.
Yeah, Ambrose, you sent Lad, and you're running that way as well, yes? As you approach, Luna, I believe you're faster than Celia. You hear.
It's step of the wind, yes.
Yeah, you hear. Whoomp. 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 Quite a few things are going to happen in a very short amount of time. First of all of your gazes are fixated as two huge eyes, truly seeing nothing else as they rise above the balcony guardrail. These eyes are like liquid night, black and soulless. I need everyone to make me a wisdom saving throw.
I am so glad I took Sanguicity earlier today.
Can I activate that orb of Beacon of Hope?
Advantage, can I?
Come on.
Oh, can you
I was going to say that I was going to use an advantage, but I didn't, and I'm really ticked off that I didn't.
Can I use advantage?
I used advantage.
Ambrose, yeah, you got one in there too.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Who are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4,
9.
5, 6, 7.
Can I also use a Bard Expression?
Donated one, yes, you can.
Yeah. That is a 20 something.
Yep.
21, yeah, because I have advantage as well.
Okay. All of you are frozen and racked with fear as this gargantuan dragon rises above the level of the balcony. You see Bati riding upon its back as the force of the beating winds hits you. I need everyone to now make dexterity saving throws, please, as the beating of these wings comes flowing through here as terror washes over all of you.
I shout out. Can I summon Lyle at this point?
You can summon Lyle.
Can I scream?
You can scream. And
At that, I summon Lyle, tear off the choker, create the shield, and scream, "Everybody run!"
At this point, the fear has hit the entire ballroom as well. So there is quite a bit of fear running around. Screams are beginning to happen. Do I have dexterity savings throw from everyone? Looks like it. Anyone having advantage or things I need to know about? Luck's the only one that it would matter for.
Son of a bitch! Why was I one off?
You all take 11 bludgeoning damage as the power of these wings just bowls you over and all of you fall prone. And
Non-magical?
it is non-magical.
Question.
Yes.
I have evasion, and
yes.
I made a dexterity save.
Yep, you did, but you still failed the save.
So then I take half.
Half. You take half. And it's now that your mind can process what is before you.
It's another one, isn't it?
A huge silver dragon leers down at you.
Oh,
In the center of its chest, where its heart would be, you see a strange, semi-ethereal, semi-mechanical clockwork mechanism, and suspended vertically through the center, slowly rotating, is Ryan Talia. You all hear through your connection with Vidar's. You hear Ryan Talia's voice speaking to Lyle. Since we couldn't get your soul, I finally convinced Bati to use mine. And I must say, I now understand why you so fancied your little Eladrin. They do make marvelous scabbards. And you see the dragon wheel and dive down into the valley, its silver wings beating against the moonlight. And behind you, the screams of terror of these ballroom guests start to echo behind you from the ballroom. What do you guys want to do?
Hey, well, question, are we still frozen by terror, or can we actually act?
He is now flown off at high speed, dove down into the valley, and you can just see him winging away. He's doing a double dash away from this spot.
Okay, then Luna's gonna head straight for Sathander. Make sure he gets secured. So I can find him in this crowd.
Yeah, there is pretty much pandemonium. Oops, I need to leave that. There's pretty much pandemonium inside of the crowd. People are screaming. People are running around. Over Axel, over there by the tieflings, you see some of them are screaming in terror, sort of getting behind the shields of their bodyguards. The drow, you actually can see that the ambassador, in her fear, popped out of her polymorph. She is in her full Drider form here in the ballroom. She is standing there beside you, but is looking ready to fight something that might, if it were to come in from the balcony, not to engage any of you.
Madame, are you all right? They did not hurt you.
What the? I almost had to pay the swear jar. What in all gods was that?
I can explain everything as soon as this pandemic calms down.
Iska's still up on the stage, yeah? Because it's right after that.
I'm sorry?
Iska's still up on the stage right now?
Yep, you were right in the center of the room.
Okay, she is going to, since she's still up here and has the best acoustics, is going to draw the bow across her violin and just make a very loud, just pure notes, and then call out to everyone who can pay any sort of attention and just say, everyone remain calm. We must take care of each other right now. Look out for each other. Please do not panic, as she plays Majestic Anthem, which gives every creature within 60 feet of me temporary hit points. Equal to my Bardic Inspiration die plus my Charisma modifier. So hopefully to just ease some of the tension here and make everyone feel a little bit better after taking damage. Oh, I'm shaking. So everyone gets 7. But so it's just something to make people feel better.
I will say that it does, a wave of sort of calm flows out sort of over the crowd. That tension that was there, the dragon now sort of winging off into the night under the silver moonlight of the full moon. And this sort of reinforcement of your calm words and also just feeling their self-bolstered has gotten people to like, wait, I'm okay. Are you okay? Everyone sort of starts to check to make sure everyone else is doing all right. Astra runs over to you, Iska. Are you okay?
She's like kind of not even looking at him, actually. She's like just panning the entire room, still looking for things that could go wrong. I'm fine. How are you? Are you safe? Are you hurt? Are you?
I'm fine. Luna, you said you were running over to Sathander. You see that Dustin has gotten there first. As you were running towards the balcony, he was immediately running towards who he believes is his new person he cares for, and you find Sathander tucked under a table with Dustin bodily blocking him from any harm.
All right, she'll kind of like touch both of them. Are you both all right?
Yes, I think so. What was that? Who was that?
We should discuss that at another time. I want to make sure everyone's all right first.
What are the rest of y'all doing? Ambrose, you just saw this creation.
Yeah, I think Ambrose is scrambling to try to get, Lad to get any kind of reading on what they just saw, because I think Ambrose is concerned that he thinks he knows what he just saw, the level of that soul core, that it's the core that he and Bati had worked on and never achieved. You know, essentially what they saw in the Crucible. And he's trying to get Lad to, validate if that is indeed the case.
Lad can take some readings, and just from the energy, because it is so unique, can confirm this is basically bonded. You are familiar with the creatures that attacked you, the little fey creatures with the clockwork hearts. This is on a scale so far beyond that, and that the mechanism itself seemed to exist both materially and ethereally. And then being familiar with Lysithia, another sentient sword, basically as the pendulum within this device to power it, is mind-boggling.
At learning that, I think just all, Ambrose is just drained and feels probably the most, outplayed and powerless that he's been since he got kicked out of school. Knowing that there's really nothing he has that even comes, up until this point, he thought he, could meet Bati's match. But at this point, it's clear that he's, a decade behind Bati, technically, and, essentially starts weighing hard choices about where to go from here.
The rest of you?
So look in his head is just gonna be mainly directed to Ambrose. Ambrose, was that a dragon?
It certainly looked like one, but...
How does Barty have a dragon? And why is he riding it?
Vidar, you can hear this question.
I'm not sure exactly where that creature came from.
Does Vidar recognize the dragon?
Oh, yes, Vidar does.
At first point, he's very shocked about Ryan Talia and her giving the soul away. But then the silver dragon it finally pokes him, and he's just like, no. That's Kira Lydron. He's claimed Ishkan's partner.
Why is Iskrin's partner a dragon?
She was the more powerful of the two. That was her favorite form. Ishkan.
You don't think this was important to tell us?
Why do you think I wanted to find her?
You're kind of...
She could take any form she wanted in this world, and I abandoned her. I've been trying to find her, but life has become quite important at this moment.
Very, very clear. Thank you. But there is now... But he, our arch enemy, now has a dragon.
It's worse than you think.
Fucking great.
Blame me all you want.
Ambrose asks Vidar to elaborate on who the dragon is, just because he's trying to understand what type of creature Bati now has the soul of?
Unfortunately it's not a soul. It's not. It's a combination of arcane networks to form a being. Think of it as a arcane created soul, not a divine one. It's something he can form, create, and manipulate to his heart's content. It can be constructed. He has dominion over it, dominion over that construct, that being, that Eladrin dragon, apparently, through Ryan Talia. If we can get Ryan Talia away from her, away from Kira Ladron, and away from Bati, if we can take it out, maybe we could save her.
And Ryan Talia is, I assume, similar to Lysithia?
The sister.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bati has taken control of the most powerful super soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Known to creation, and is
Mm-hmm.
controlling it using Ryan Talia.
Supercharged burning sword of the sun at its most strongest peak, which is right now, which was today.
Wow, aren't we lucky?
Wow. Well, good luck.
You're just gonna say that? You're just gonna... Your schoolmate has a dragon who's...
Y'all have fun with that.
And you're just gonna go, oh, alright.
Where could he be heading to? Is he heading towards the next one? What's his end goal? Yes, he has one of the most strongest exponential beings in his pocket, along with something that could basically destroy this world. And I really, really hope that Kira Ladron was not charged. She did not have the power that Ishkan was asking for, the power to clear this sphere. If she has that, if she gathered that before him, that's...
What did the party hear? What song it was when
Iska pops in at this point after all this arguing, and it's just like, we both heard it. We both heard the chase to the next chord. We can figure that out eventually, but right now we need to focus on these people and the Tiefling ambassador and everything else I saw. Please, let's focus for now.
Did the vision say what song it was?
Focus on these people for now, Ambrose. We have to make sure everyone in here is safe. We'll talk about this after, I promise.
You guys look around and you can see it's almost like the shared experience has brought this room together. You see the tieflings talking with the drow, the genasi helping out the humans and the half-elves through some, almost like Foxhole Brothers. You now have the group of most powerful and influential people in all the realm handing each other a glass of water, binding wounds. The snarl that was in your mind seems to you, Iska, to be not just gone, but aligned.
I'm sorry. I think we're in the clear.
Vidar, you would know that Kira Lydron, as a silver dragon, has an ice breath attack. that they did not use.
Being incredibly grateful for that, and Barty getting out of there and beginning the next chase instead of just basically obliterating everyone. He's going to pop Lyle back away into his own demiplane. Return the animated shield and proceed over and just begin to help. It's going to go over to the tieflings in the drown and just ask if there's anything he can do. It's just like, hello, I'm Vidar Lycran. Thank you all for working together. We've got this.
Where's Luna?
Luna, after having checked on Dustin as a Xander, is going to see if she can find Vay now.
You are found by Vay before.
There we go.
And get pulled into a small alcove, and she grabs onto your arm and goes, "Who are you?"
How are you still alive?
Because of my patron and luck. Quite a bit, actually. We'll talk about it when we're done.
You're welcome.
All right. There was something with the undead with you, wasn't there?
Yes. How do you know who I am?
Yeah, I've been in your head
When?
90 years ago.
The temple. So that's what you know. She looks around, she goes, well, if you... She looks over to the tiefling contingent where you see everyone gathered around the elder tiefling. She goes, don't ever spout that you know who I am to anyone again. That is not the tiefling ambassador. I am. And she walks away.
And Luna's just, and then Luna just in her mind mentally, not to anybody else, just to herself. Shit.
Anyway, we got any more bombs you want to drop this session?
Oh, there's still a couple.
Oh no. Oh, everything is bad.
What do you guys want to do?
You expect everything's bad.
Yeah, I'm just in I guess just sort of in head to everyone. Check on where everyone is. Are we all good? Enough.
Good. I go walk up to the balcony and look over it. Are they like still off in the distance, flying away?
You can see them winging towards the south, sort of towards the southeast. I mean, it's a silver dragon on a night with a full moon. Astra actually walks out onto the balcony next to you. And he looks up and, well, at least the moon is still pretty and the night wasn't a complete disaster. Well, if you even looks like the moon's going to set just about the same place that the sun rose this morning.
I look directly at the moon. You're right. It wasn't a complete disaster, but hey. We got lucky, Asta. I'm sorry we brought danger upon you.
Danger just happens.
Yeah.
So, you were talking about dragons and stars and all that type of stuff.
Mhm.
So is it true what they say about the moon? It's just the light of the sun reflected off its surface?
We got to go back to the tea hive.
Astra looks, well, some tea would be nice. I can boil us up some.
You said the moon is setting in the exact same place the sun did earlier?
Well, looks like it. Probably a couple hours.
With the fog on, the moonlight coming through, it might line up on the mural again. The chord is we're supposed to chase the waltz of the night. It's worth a shot. I don't know. Nothing else has made sense so far, so hey.
Well, what did what did it say?
And she'll repeat the entire thing, which is now in the chat if anybody wants to read it. Yeah.
Ooh. Whoa.
Astra looks at Iska. Well, I was waiting to tell you, but if y'all are leaving now, I got a spot on the caravan with the humans. Leaves on Friday, heading to the conclave. I'll hold a spot for y'all so you can catch up if you want.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. We'll be there. We'll be there. I'll see you before we go anywhere. I promise. I promise.
For sure. He gives you sort of a kiss on the forehead.
Stay safe.
You too. So, it's going to be tough to get back through this crowd, but we need to get there by moonset. We need to get moving.
Let's go. That's okay.
Also, this whole theory is just a guess, guys. If you got something else, let me know.
No, it's the best thing we've got going right now.
It's ow, boom. It's just, yeah. It's definitely a circle. We've got to move.
Where are you guys headed?
To the tea hive, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. So Luke's going to break away from the madam and be like, Madam, I promise I will give you an explanation of tonight. Tomorrow, I'll find a way to contact you and explain everything that just happened when I can.
She just sort of looks at you and goes, well, everybody's going to have... golly, that's the wrong accent.
Well, howdy.
Well, howdy, how y'all doing?
Madam, you seem to have taken some breathing, please.
She nods because I'm stuck on that accent and I'll never get it back. And she goes, until another time then. And it's, you see this mingling of the races where at the beginning of the night they all sort of had their own little spots, but everyone is now talking about dragons, and that, you know, some disagreeing with others. Well, you know, the Netherwings will get them. No, it's a dragon. You don't understand. Netherwings don't attack other dragons. So you hear all of these theories of everyone as the buzz is growing about what has happened. And you guys do what?
Tea hive?
I think so.
Yes,
So
it is.
making our way back.
Yep.
Vidar stops by the Arcana Miska checkpoint and asks to get his sphere back.
Yep. They hand it back to you, no problem.
Do a let's go. And then I just literally just start running. I just run as fast as I can, just not caring about breath, but then realizing, oh, that's a stitch. Oh, that hurts.
How about the
It's
rest
like,
of
God,
you all? Ambrose, what are you up to?
As soon as they're able to, he's gonna get his items out of the bag of holding. And then before they get too far, I think he's gonna tell the party that he needs to leave them. He's pretty much seeing that dragon and seeing, what Bati's capable of now. Makes him feel pretty useless. He's pretty much confronted the fact that if he wants to have any chance against Bati, he has to do the one thing that he
So how's he tell
always
him?
said he would never do. Do what?
How does he tell him?
Yeah.
How does he tell them?
Yeah.
Like,
Come on.
Oh,
Give me
Oh.
that sweet RP, Nick. Give me that sweet RP.
Okay. Well, are we running at this point, or have we made
we can
it?
mentally do it.
You can mentally, but also, yeah, y'all are probably out in the main part of Sentinel Row, heading towards the main gate. And you're gonna have to try and make it across town, even to like where your lab, or back to down where the Tea Hive and everything else is.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably swing by the Tea Hive with them, but after that, he's pretty much headed to his lab. It's hard to explain what I saw in that dragon's chest, but with so much history, I never thought that the things we saw tonight would ever be possible. It's obvious that it is possible, but it's beyond my capability, and it's beyond my capability to ever figure out. I told myself that I would never be able to return to Qualverine, but I don't think I have any other choice. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about it, or how I'm going to, whether maybe I can plead my case and petition the council, but the Council of Qualverine has to know what Bati's done, and they have to know that I may be the best chance for Qualverine to be involved with stopping this.
I'm surprised.
have-
Corv- oh, go on.
I was going to just say, you have hundreds of witnesses of every order, rank, and file who will back you up on this, Ambrose. They all saw Bati on that thing. Go ahead, Buck. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I may need words of, recommendation or testimonial, but, I'll be in touch. But it's clear there's no time to waste for you guys or for me. I need to head out tonight. I need to gather what I can from my lab and attack this from the only angle I can. It's really been great getting to know you guys, and I hope to see you sooner than later.
Well, the way you show up and disappear, yeah, we'll see each other sooner or later. But also, I'm surprised the Quaverines are going to would help with something like this, considering who they are. Not exactly the friendliest of bunch, from what I can tell.
No, Wolverine was never known for its hospitality.
Well, then prove him wrong. And she'll come give Ambrose a hug before he leaves.
Before I leave, I want to show you this device because it still may come in handy. And so he's gonna pull out the
Pauldron.
thing.
Yep.
Yes, the pauldron, and so to give Luck a quick run through of its functionality, how it works, what it's capable of. I think when the moment comes, you'll know what to do and you'll know when to use it. Does Celia have Lad Jr. on her, or is he back in the?
Back at the room.
Yeah, Junior's back in the room.
Come back to that junior.
Okay.
Oh,
Empress.
You can show her the extra function on the pauldron.
Okay. Ambrose will give Celia a quick, walkthrough of the ways that Lad Jr. can interact with the pauldron, and just a couple pointers on upgrades that can be made to Lad Jr. He'd make them himself if Lad Jr. was there, but
Yeah.
She does end up asking him, like, if it's possible for her to make it where Lad Jr. can sense the party instead of just Ambrose and Lad.
it may be. It may take time for you to, better attune with Lad, but if that's a skill you wish to develop, there are a lot of options for what Lad Jr. can do in the future.
Storm Bite Cilia, Storm Bite Cilia, Storm Bite.
Celia has so many titles at this point.
Yeah, just add another.
I know this face.
I think Ambrose is also going to take the whip back, the Hound Tongue whip, and offer it back to Iska, since it sounds like she may have more run-ins with Bati than Ambrose will.
Okay.
I think you need this more than I do. And after, of course, he gets a good look at the construction and
Yep.
figures out how to make one of his own.
Ambrose. If the power source, like the sword, like this Lyle was removed, would it function?
Would the sword function or would the clockwork function?
Would the clockwork function?
I think that's definitely I can't say for sure, but I think that's definitely the first step in severing the connection between Bati and, what did you say her name was?
Carolydra.
Carolydra? Yes. I think that's definitely the first step.
Good.
I don't think your friend is quite lost yet, but you need to get to her. Them.
Circle of Stones. Eyes were blind. That's Sephine's Requiem. That's where we're going.
Luna, when he mentions the lake, just this morning, from where you were in Eyes of the Dead, you looked out over the lake and watched as it dried up and disappeared. And there was a flash out among that darkness. Axel, Celia, Iska, when you watched Iskrin through the Mirror of Secrets, he stood in a circle of stones and blinded seers, and he looked and could see Falcon's Crest on the distance and see ripples of magic in the air to the north. You all have 2 points and 2 different views of the same set of events. Luna, you can make a cartography if you would like to try to triangulate to see. $23. Take some math, but yeah, you figure you're going to, if you are able to teleport back to the location of the last army battlefield, it's going to get you probably 50 to 60 miles away from the circle of stones. Whereas from Falcon's Crest, even flying in a direct line, it's probably more like 200 miles. So it's going to be a race.
Indicate.
Yeah, Vidal's just been running for this entire time, trying to get there.
Are there any special preparations y'all want to make before you leave Falcon's Crest to head across the Shimmer Salt Flats?
First off, Celia's getting out of this daggum dress.
I was gonna
And
say
she
y'all,
got-
y'all gonna have to, if you're gonna do a quick change, that's probably gonna burn up a lot of your time. You've got about an hour and a half before moonfall, where you would need to be there to open the portal.
I know facts. Tell me about it.
Puppy time.
How long will it take us to get to the Windward Star?
Swinging by the Windward Star is probably about the only thing you'd be able to do to get to the Windward Star and then back to the Tea Hive.
Beehive. Does the important stuff. So as far as she's concerned, the important stuff is already in the ring.
I mean, there's tons of foods, carts and things out here. I mean, if you want to try to grab, you've got water with Luna. If you want to try to grab any kind of rations or anything like that.
That's a valid point.
I'm trying to recall when you switched to mounts, you got rid of a lot of your tents and stuff from after the Vice.
Okay, so we can split up. Iska will burn some of the gold she has from Axel, are you talking? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Axel, because you have the list.
According to this, we have 110 rations. I don't know if they're actually in the bag.
Probably
but
not. I think that
No.
you stocked up for the Vice, but then you couldn't have just put those all in a bag of holding. It would have filled it, especially with all your equipment now.
Yeah. So, but I've got it listed here because it's not listed inside the bag.
And I think that was in the wagon that you sent with Dustin and them.
I think he kept the tents though. Oh no, he sent the tents with the carrot. Yeah, they went with the carrot shop. Remove them.
Luna,
Yes.
as you run out of the ballroom, you look behind and you see Sathander shake Dustin's hand as they sort of get a little bit more of an introduction, and he sort of nods his head to Lamarilla, and as they're there, you just see the two of them shimmer out of sight, just disappear.
Okay. Just kind of touch your holy symbol and acknowledgement. Keep moving.
Ooh. Are we able to contact anyone from the Windward Star? Oh wait. Some of you. All right, now out of character. Who's heading to the Windward Star?
Is anyone?
Is anyone?
I'll go. I'll go if you want anything. Look, we'll do it.
Celia's gonna need to go get Lad Jr., so someone probably needs to swing by.
Yeah. So, Look will come with Celia if that's the case.
Yeah, because Lad Jr. won't come out of hiding unless Celia says what she told him. So it's probably best if she goes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Want me to grab anything?
Grab my coat.
The tree's not coming.
The tree's not coming. The tree can burn for all I care.
I wish Luna was there to hear that.
So, for expediency, you all are able to gather what you need. We can talk about it offline of things and what gold you might need to deduct. It is the middle of the celebration. Things are going to be at a premium, and you're needing them quickly. But you guys meet up at the Tea Hive, and Astra is there, you see, as you'd figured out, moonlight comes through, landing upon the mosaic, and you place the gun and the harp. The portal opens. Any last things to say before leaving Falcon's Crest?
Before I go in, I will turn to Astra, walk up to him, give him a full-on real kiss, and look him in the eye and say, I'll see you again. Not because fate says, but because I do.
Astra looks at you and goes, I say so too. And he hands you a big tin of your favorite tea.
Axel, do you want to bring Riley with us in the ring, or do you want to leave him behind?
Back.
Pardon?
Do we think we're coming back?
I'd say so.
Hey, Astra? I trust you, right? I know you stay safe. Right. We'll be back. We'll just get tripped.
Riley looks very concerned about being separated from you. This would be his,
If you want to be dangerous, always be careful.
I don't want to be left.
Sorry, what did you say?
I don't want to be left behind. Thanks, Dad. He jumps across, sits on your shoulder.
Hold on. Yeah. When anything goes bad, you try and hide, okay?
Or the ring. He puts his thumb
Or
up.
the ring.
His little thumb up.
Alright.
Anyone else? Last look backs.
All right. Luke's gonna just sort of go next to Astra and go, Astra, 2 favors, if you would.
Why, yeah.
One, make sure everyone at the orphanage does well, of course.
I'll keep my eye on him for you.
And 2, could you send a letter to a small village east called Elevation Pit? Tell them you've met a man called Luke Goldheart and he's still kicking.
Well, I'll certainly try. Vice doesn't open for about another month, but I'll give it a shot.
Thank you.
Before we go in, Luna will actually take a moment with Iska and kind of go up and hug her. I didn't get a chance to say it before because things happened, but I'm so proud of you. She kisses your forehead.
As she pulls away, she can see like the tears welling in Iska's eyes, because even though her actual family, father and mother, couldn't be there, at least Luna was.
And you guys step through the portal and find yourself on the other side. This time, Iska, no bee appears on your lapel. You have the gun and the harp, but apparently not a return ticket this time. As you all emerge onto the stone bald, seeing the moon in the distance. And with that, we are going to end today's session. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. For my players, I mentioned that there would be a level up. I didn't mention how many. You all actually will be level 9 at the beginning.
Oh no!
Episode.
No, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. You can't just level me up to level 9. You know how bad level 9 is for me. Don't do this to me.
Now I actually have to make decisions.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
So, guys, I can work with you to prepare for that. But yes, you will be coming back into our next session as you all are on the race for Bati at level 9 because you're gonna need it. Anyway, I hope everyone out there enjoyed the session today. Thank you so much for donations. If I missed any of them, I am terribly sorry. I had notes and music and a bazillion things I was trying to run all at once as there was a lot to fit in this session. I will be sure to shout you out next time if I somehow missed it. I'm not going to wait till next time I will get donations in, including potions and such. I know I've got one for Iska. I think we got the inspiration for Vidar, random potion. So yeah, I think we got them all. But anyway, just wanted to thank everybody for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed it. I know we enjoyed telling it. I will, one interesting one that I will take a moment to go on. So don't know if you recall, Luna, all the way back, your first session back after being gone for 2 weeks, and when we were doing your first encounter with the Burning Rose, the first thing that you did, I had you roll 3 D100s. There was an 80% chance that Vey would die in Darixis. You rolled a 92. There was a 20% chance that she wouldn't go into hiding or actually be able to influence. You rolled a 17. And then it was a 50-50 shot of whether or not she would, if she survived the other two, whether or not she would become the ambassador, and you rolled a 68.
Holy crap!
I've said since the beginning that 80% of the tieflings died. And so I was like, you've got to roll above an 80. You rolled a 92.
That's.
I knew you, because before we discussed, like, okay, whether she'd live or not, like, that was going to be, statistically unlikely. So that part I knew about, but like, oh, and I'm the ambassador. I was like,
yep. Yeah, 92, a 17, and a 17. You hit the high when you needed the high, you hit the low when you needed the low. Yeah.
Oh no, this complicates things so much for her.
Anyway, let's go around real quick and visit with all of our players. We will start in reverse order this time with Tree Hugging Druid.
Hello. You can go follow me on Twitter. I don't really tweet things, but I retweet when things are happening. You can also find me on Friday evenings on Mixer, 709 channel, playing Gypsy, a bard rogue who's doing quite well, I do have to say. Probably better than most of the party. We're doing good now.
Next up, we will go with Good Guy Pie.
Hello everyone, I am Good Guy Pie, and this has been another wonderful session of twists and turns, and once again proving that alcohol can stop misunderstandings. And as the master of alcohol, I give a cheers to everyone. Thanks for watching. You can find me at Good Guy Pie on Twitch, Too Good Guy on Twitter, and I do sometimes post art and stream. And Debaldy's channels on Tuesdays.
Special thanks to LS1 DeLorean, Nick, my buddy, for tuning in, and also for keeping me sane as I was prepping for this crazy all of Solstice Day, the last 3 sessions. Thank you for joining us today. I know Amber's didn't do a whole lot of craziness, but I kind of wanted you to be a part of it since you helped with so much with it. My sort of a little bit of a co-DM, a little bit for some stuff.
It was a good one. It was exciting. I could not wait for the big reveal. This was a blast as always. Love coming here and guest playing. Ambrose's future is pretty uncertain right now. There was never a plan for him to ever return to Qualverine. Figured he'd be on his own on the run for the rest of his life. So meeting the party has definitely changed his fate quite a bit. So it'll be interesting to see where or when Ambrose sees the party again, if and when. So anyway, always a pleasure. Like you said, I'm Alice Mandalorian on here, Shaggy Peppers on Twitter. Not that I'm on there much, but feel free to say hey. And yeah, look forward to next time.
Yeah, you've got some D100s in your future, my friend. Next up, Bird versus Plane.
Yeah, this session ruled. Thank you for watching. Thanks, fellow players, for playing. Thanks, Jay, for DMing. This was such a fun episode of The Vice, and I cannot wait for next week. We're all level 9, and we all have fun leveling up. Good guy pie. Yeah, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Bird versus Plane. Charity streamer, doing a whole bunch of random games. Kingdom Hearts soon, as soon as my life and schedule permits me to stream again. Also next week, streaming with a couple people like B Smiley for To Right Love in Her Arms, Valentine's Day Doesn't Have to Suck campaign. So check Twitter for the times on that.
Next up, we've got NNG9.
Hello, hey, I'm NNG9 on Twitch, where I live stream video games and swear a whole bunch, like Kingdom Hearts 3. NNG98 on Twitter. I tweet things, pun of the week when I remember to repost it there. I am very, very, very conflicted about things with characters. It's like, yay, my character's alive. Oh no, my character's alive. Yeah. It's gonna be fun. That's me.
Next up, we've got Templar Warden.
Hello and welcome to The Vice, where the stakes just aren't high enough. I was playing Hidden by X with the Tabaxi Wizard. It was good. That was a session. Let's just put it at that. You may find me anywhere on the internet as Templar Warden. You may also find me on Twitter at Reigner Templar. You can also find all of us in the Discord. I'm going to put the link in chat, where we can hang around, chat, and have a community.
Look at that, communities and things. Next up, we've got Vidar. Dragons or cats?
Thanks for that. That was an incredible session. Was not expecting that. I was expecting a Neverwing. But no. Thanks. And now, yeah. Celia, yeah, thanks for that. Celia got to see, that one time Ishrin took her out to the fields and gave her the sensation of flying where she was riding on the back of a dragon. Yeah, that's your Elijah. There you go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Favorite forms and everything. That's good. Oh boy. Dragons and Cats. Catch me on the Twitters as Dragons and Cats as well. Link in chat. I do a live stream D&D game for charity as well on Wednesday nights, Australian Eastern Standard Time at 7:30 p.m. And boy, double level up.
Yep. Y'all deserve it, man. Y'all haven't leveled up in a while. And y'all have done a lot. I am Tall Squall. I was your DM. Thank you so much for tuning in, no foreshadowing there, for tuning in to our show. Really appreciate it. Hope you all are enjoying our story. And until next time, thank you for all your donations for Mental Health America. Take care of yourself, take care of others, share that link as much as you can. Until next time, gather all your friends together and tell a story, because that's what it's all about. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Hope you had a good time. Bye-bye.
Blue.